Hi, and welcome to the London 3-Day Race Guide. Today we're talking about the overall. This is what it's all about, becoming the 2025 London 3-Day champion. 16 two-rider teams, 32 elite riders, one goal to take the top spot on the podium. Points are earned in every race and every sprint, but if your team gains a lap on the field, that's a game changer. Hit 100 points and you get a bonus lap. It's fast, strategic, and all about staying consistent. The leaderboard is always shifting and it's all to play for until the very final lap. Follow the battle for the overall at the London 3-Day. Hi, and welcome to the London 3-Day Race Guide. Today we're talking about the overall. This is what it's all about, becoming the 2025 London 3-day champion. 16 two-rider teams, 32 elite riders, one goal to take the top spot on the podium. Points are earned in every race and every sprint, but if your team gains a lap on the field, that's a game changer. Hit 100 points and you get a bonus lap. It's fast, strategic and all about staying consistent. The leaderboard is always shifting and it's all to play for until the very final lap. Follow the battle for the overall at the London 3-day. Hi and welcome to the London 3-day race guide. Today we're talking about the overall. This is what it's all about, becoming the 2025 London 3-day champion. 16 two-rider teams, 32 elite riders, one goal to take the top spot on the podium. Points are earned in every race and every sprint, but if your team gains a lap on the field, that's a game changer. Hit 100 points and you get a bonus lap. It's fast, strategic and all about staying consistent. The leaderboard is always shifting and it's all to play for until the very final lap. Follow the battle for the overall at the London 3-day. Hi and welcome to the London 3-day race guide. Today we're talking about the overall. This is what it's all about, becoming the 2025 London 3-day champion. 16 two-rider teams, 32 elite riders, one goal to take the top spot on the podium. Points are earned in every race and every sprint, but if your team gains a lap on the field, that's a game changer. Hit 100 points and you get a bonus lap. It's fast, strategic and all about staying consistent. The leaderboard is always shifting and it's all to play for until the very final lap. Follow the battle for the overall at the London 3-day. Hi and welcome to the London 3-day race guide. Today we're talking about the overall. This is what it's all about, becoming the 2025 London 3-day champion. 16 two-rider teams, 32 elite riders, one goal to take the top spot on the podium. Points are earned in every race and every sprint, but if your team gains a lap on the field, that's a game changer. Hit 100 points and you get a bonus lap. It's fast, strategic and all about staying consistent. The leaderboard is always shifting and it's all to play for until the very final lap. Follow the battle for the overall at the London 3-day. Hi and welcome to the London 3-day race guide. Today we're talking about the overall. This is what it's all about, becoming the 2025 London 3-day champion. 16 two-rider teams, 32 elite riders, one goal to take the top spot on the podium. Points are earned in every race and every sprint, but if your team gains a lap on the field, that's a game changer. Hit 100 points and you get a bonus lap. It's fast, strategic and all about staying consistent. The leaderboard is always shifting and it's all to play for until the very final lap. Follow the battle for the overall at the London 3-day. Hi and welcome to the London
body won't repair it. No, it's too big a ligament. So you'll either have it and have it where it's loose and lax, or they'll have to put another one in, which is an operation, which is like about 8 week rest.
Yeah, because I mean, when it went this time, I mean, I fell over.
Yeah.
It was like all the strength relief that we've got.
Yeah.
So maybe I've got a lasting damage from
Yeah, the issue with the knee is if you damage one part of the knee, often another. It's like obviously you got like the cross members of the anterior and posterior, but also you've got the meniscus that stop the bone rubbing together, and that it tends to be wear and tear. But also once one goes, it will probably injure the other one as well.
Yeah, that's what I felt. I did it this side, but it seems to be reflected over the years. So.
Yeah, it would. I mean, my advice to you would be to speak to your GP about it. You probably need to go and get some sort of scan on soft tissues, and even an X-ray. If you're having an X-ray, they will insist on an X-ray. I doubt if it's fractured, but sometimes you can. The ligaments being quite strong as are, sometimes they will pull a little bit of bone off and a avulsion fracture, and that doesn't stop you doing things, but it does cause a lot of pain. Yeah, but to just leave it and let the swelling go without any treatment, it's just going to get so worse that probably you won't really get mobilised on it at all. So it's better to get that looked at.
Unless things have changed, you can take because you've got
It's always that pill.
like 10,500 concurrent wall, yeah?
Yes.
Take that,
Just the standard.
and then 4 hours later the ibuprofen, and then drop it like that. Unless things have changed.
No, I think I would certainly take some form of pain relief. Just take the edge off it while you're here. And obviously, it's not going to reduce on its own. Probably, if you've had this incident before, it's probably now getting to the state where it's going to need a repair because you can't take it any further than pain relief, immobilisation. You don't want to spend the rest of your life not doing things. So, obviously you're here today, but I would, as soon as possible next week, get a GP appointment and then get them to refer you.
Oh, Mom. Thank you, fellas.
Give us a mention.
Thank you so much. Cheers. A very warm welcome to you. It is the final day of action here at the Lee Valley Velodrome, and we're about to start our rider introductions, I think it's fair to say. More than that, of course, we've got our sprint qualification coming up for you as well. Always love a flying 200. 4.5 laps, and invest yourself in the remainder of the day. I'd just like to say thanks to the medical staff here at the Lee Valley VeloPark. They've fixed my knee after a mild cycling crash in Bushy Park, and I've damaged my ACL. There we are. So thankfully, got some ice packs. I've got the ibuprofen going, and I should be okay. Let's hope so. Anyway, it's Daniele Napolitano who's going to set off first to open proceedings here. My name's Carlton Kirby. It's great to have your company, and right now I can't wait to see how this one pans out. Daniele is indeed going to be taking on his flying 200 in a short while, quick as you can, and then depending on where you sit, we'll have the pairings. So fastest in qualifying will face the second fastest to decide head-to-head in a proper sprint who wins. Second and third will, of course, then decide on third place. Fifth and sixth decide on fifth. You get the idea. But in order to set that pecking order, you have to produce a flying 200. So the flying 200 marker, he's just passed it by. We'll have the 100 marker, which he gets close to now. That's about halfway down the track. You just see it go by there. That will be his intermediate split time in a few moments' time when the clock rolls. And indeed, he is going to hear the bell next time by. So this is part of the setup. He's already scoped the course. There is the flying 200. That essentially, that line, that vertical line, will in fact start him timing-wise. But here he comes. Nice setup down the back straight. Really chugging. You see the bike just gently ebbing forward and backward. And right now he's going to spear through what will later be a start-finish line for everybody else. This is where time begins now. Just slightly low, so is he going to get spad up? Holds it down underneath the red line. Little bit of wavering offline as he comes through turn 3. This is a decent benchmark for us. 10:05:15 is the time. Sorry, we didn't have that reflected on screen for you. We will get that sorted. But the 10:05:15, that is not bad. He's been up towards that margin. We're going to be busting 10 seconds, though, courtesy of Matt Richardson, who will want to put on a bit of a show. In fact, he is so inclined to put on a show. When we had Great Britain against the rest of the world, he actually left the team behind. He was supposed to be the first phase of a 3-up team sprint, and just said, "Oh, you know what? You're just too slow for me. I'm away." So he's supposed to start up the phase, and just left Harry Lenningham-Horn and Pete Mitchell in his wake. He just left the scene. I think it was probably a favour to the rest of the world, to be honest. But Great Britain team still won. So we have one on the board already, and that's Daniele Napolitano. He's finished his task. Nobody else warming up just yet. Hopefully we haven't got a withdrawal, just waiting to indeed re-engage. But Daniele is gone. I can see 4 others waiting to take part, but it looks like somebody's missing. Maybe a technical issue. Not quite sure. So we've got a bit of a gap, unfortunately, for the time being. So Napolitano has been out to set his time, just looking to see who's missing, and I can tell you it is Genoway Tang. Beg your pardon, it is not Genoway Tang. It is Matt Richardson himself. Matt Richardson is waiting, or we're waiting for Matt Richardson. I don't know where he is. He could be anywhere. And so it was that we'll wait for Matt, but if he doesn't set a time, he's not going to pick up any points here. He's leading overall by a handsome margin. So we will head off for Jan Porishek. He is the next man to take to the start here. I suspect that Matt will be allowed to go as our last man off, but at the moment, I don't know, maybe he's parking up some ballast. These things you have to do. So let's wait and see. We're being introduced to Jan Porishek. He was the replacement for Rob Forsterman, Quadzilla as he's also known. But Porishek, only 19 years of age, the Czech rider, and he has been brilliant. Really, really dialed in sprint aficionado. Team Sprint Junior at the Track Worlds, just brilliant. Well, it's great. It was a very late replacement, but he's thrived in this London 3. And you'll see exactly that as he heads off right now. Napolitano has just set a 10:05:15. So average pace through the run was a 68:473. We should bust 70, and it might actually, kilometres per hour, it may well come from this man, Porishek. Down the back straight he comes. This will be now the start of his full-on approach lap coming up. And so next time by about this point that he will hear the bell. But this is about his setup, so he needs a bit of pace. In fact, he's high, wide and handsome up towards the rail here. He's going to drop off this, get himself a bit of pace. Could have possibly have done with a little bit more there. Let's see. That means he's going to have to get out of the saddle in the curve, which he does so. Not carrying quite enough into the curve, so a bit more work than he really should have done. Let's see how he spears this. Quite low, to be honest. You should be where the crosshairs of the red line and the white 200 actually meet for the best geometry into the curve. But this is pacey. Let's have a look. 10:348. He trims 0.3 of a second off Napolitano's time. And that looks smooth as you like. That was, I've got to say, rather handy. And so he has done a job. Next up will be Genoway Tang. He is next to take to it. 4 times a national sprint champion. Kieran and Team Pursuit are his game. And in the United States, he's part of their sprint program in the build-up to the Los Angeles Olympics. Still three years away from that, by the way, but he's coming up around the outside. He's been very regular within this group, and in fact, there's been flashes of brilliance from him. Again, Still, I guess you might say, a youngster. He'll be at towards his physical peak at the age of 27, when the Los Angeles Games do indeed come around. So, yeah, he's one of those names that you need to bank, really. Getaway Tang. Let's see how he goes. Now, I'm hoping that next time by we get a bit of pace, dropping off turn 2. He's into turn 3 right now, so at this point he should have some impetus, which will stop him having to really start chugging the bike through the corner. Let's see how he goes. This is his introduction lap coming up right now. Still hasn't got the pace that the fastest men at the Flying 200 have, but he's got more, I've got to tell you, than the two have been before. That is good down the back straight. Now, what's he going to pick up? And is he going to get out of the saddle here in the curve? He does so. Wrestles the bike a little bit, but it's an easier task because he brought more speed into the curve. Let's see where his introduction point is. Very good, actually. Not bad at all. And down the back straight he goes. This may well be quickest. Let us have a look. His target time is a 10:3:48. Stops the clock. 10:2:59. He is the faster of the three that have been so far, and it'll be Harry Lenningham-Horn who is next to go. We've got Matt Richardson, by the way, who is ready to go last here, which is good. So we are, congratulations, by the way, to Getaway Tang. We will see how close Harry Lenningham-Hall gets to the 10:2:59. It should well be in range. Harry, of course, national sprint champion, silver in the team sprint at the Worlds, bronze at the European in the team sprint as well. One of the good guys, very much so. 21 years of age, big future ahead of him. Big future is big present as well, I guess you might say. And a big presence he has been since his late teenage years. This will be interesting to see how he manages this approach lap, because so far those who have attacked off turn 2 are reaping great rewards when they get into 3 and 4, because essentially, if you imagine a conker on the end of a string, you get this wonderful slingshot off the final curve. And just that centrifugal force, essentially, as you drop down and use the altitude of turn 4, really gives you a great deal of power. And look at this, out of the saddle, properly sprinting into the back straight. This is what we want. He gets himself planted, does a little speed adjustment as well to get the absolute ultimate drive, but he's carried an awful lot coming into this. He's about to break that timing line, and here we go. Oh, and that was absolutely perfect. Got the geometry between red and white at the 200. Drifts up a little bit to flatten out the corner, but this is going to be pacey. And it's a good time. Oh, 10:2:02, fastest so far. We're liking this, and I loved that approach. That was terrific. I've got a feeling if he'd actually attacked the line at the end there a little bit more, it's about energy preservation apart from anything else, I think he would have bust 10. That is terrific. Now then, has he got the beating of Pete Mitchell? Here he is, not one of the Mitchell brothers, but a hard man nonetheless. 35 years of age, hard man to beat last year. In fact, he became national sprint champion at the age of 34. He's now 35, so he adds wisdom to his brilliance. 7 times a para world champion, so as a pilot, now doing it for himself. And last year helped himself, of course, the national title, so terrific. Let's see. Gives the crowd an appropriate wave. Thanks very much for your support. Good house today. We have a sellout, which is great. There are, we understand, some walk-up tickets available, but only a handful, but it'd be great if you come. If you're watching this and thinking, you know what, I quite fancy this, and why wouldn't you? So let's have a look at this approach lap. It's got to be a good one by Pete Mitchell, but I'm not telling him anything he doesn't already know. Let's have a look. So next time by, he should be dropping in about a metre further down the track at that point. There's the Flying 200 marker, but look at the way he's already driving it off the peak of turn 3 into the dip. Up high, wide and handsome, up towards the rail, stays almost planted, just offers him up the a light excuse, gets out of the saddle, spears through brilliantly. This will be great. Oh, that was absolutely nailed on, and look how low he's keeping it underneath red. This is the shortest way through. Introduced himself to the run absolutely perfectly. This is going to be a good one. Oh, 10:1:30. As close as, damn it, to busting 10. He's our fastest so far, so living up to the billing, I think you might say. Great run there by Pete Mitchell. Matt Richardson is already warming up. We've cued the Jaws music. We expect, indeed, there to be blood in the water in a few moments' time because he is going to feast himself on the timekeepers here, and they're worried. They are. Let's see how he goes. A man who lived down under, and then he thought, you know what, I'm going home. So, born in Mason, Kent, he has returned. He represents Great Britain. He's 25 years of age. He won silver in the team sprint, of course, don't forget. But he is the world record holder of the 200 metres flyer. Yes, he did that at altitude in Turkey, but that's okay. He brings an awful lot of pace here. In fact, they closed the doors, turned the heating up, and indeed ordered some inclement weather, low pressure. That's what we wanted. Didn't quite manage to crack his own world record. It would have been a very, very big story if he had done it. But nonetheless, he is a quality athlete. I'm not saying that anyone else isn't, but he is just almost a class apart, it seems, within this sprint competition. He knows just about everything on how to deliver a 200. And look at the amount of power he's already bringing into this. He can almost ride the vertical Perspex hoardings here. He's going so quick. Now then, let's have a look at the introduction. Beautiful. And look how low he's keeping it. And then jinks up. This is his style. Opens up the corner, but powers all the way through it. Sub 9? Sub 8. Sub 10, I should say. A 10.5.44. That's terrific. Straight out of the box. And indeed is heading the rest of the field by over half a second. That was wonderful. That's how big the salmon is that he's just landed. In fact, he was busy out there fishing yesterday. He was also impersonating, knocking it out of the park, baseball style. I'd like to think cricket style, but I'm not quite sure. Terrific. And what a great athlete Matt Richardson is. And he will be in the sprint runoff. And he'll be against Pete Mitchell, as it was yesterday. The two quickest here. Pete Mitchell's got to figure out a way of beating the sheer power and the determination of Matt Richardson, who's he's having a party at the moment. I think nobody else is invited, it seems. We'll see how he goes a little bit later on. Next up, we will be sprinting with the women, or at least we'll have a flyer. Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell, they are expected to be favourite here, but Iona Muir as well. Miriam Vecchi is going quickly. Katriona Proster can indeed offer up a good time, so can Pertikova of the personal bike team. And it is she, in fact, that takes to the track right now. From Czechia, 21 years of age, raced the worlds, multiple national champion, junior world team pursuit bronze went her way, and she's not that far beyond the juniors at 21 years of age, and right now she is circulating nicely. Now, you've just seen how you have to invest from this point on the track. Not quite their full chat right now, so she's doing her own build-up. Can't complain about that. Let's see how busy it is going to be when she comes down. Drops in, the bell has rung, so she'll start the clock in a few moments' time. And here we go. Quite low down and holds that position. Didn't get spat into the corner of turn 3, which suggests we've not got a whole load of pace here. 5.733 and a finish time of 11.657. It's not too bad. That's our benchmark for the women's sprinters. I think that is not going to survive, but it may well indeed one challenge. Let us see. Next up, we have Katriona Proster, 8 times a European champion, Junior World Sprint, and Junior World Keirin. Yes, indeed. And she's waving to the crowd, which is very nice to see. For thread racing, so Katriona just beginning her approach lap coming up for you now. She gets the nod from Commissaire. And still just hanging at the top here. I want to see a real attack moment off that little peak as we come down into the dip on the back straight. And as we've seen from Matt Richardson, that is indeed your attack point, really should be. Should have a lot more pace here, but she's still scoping it. You might think, well, the bell is going to be waiting for her next time by. So let's see what she does when she comes up to the rise. You'd like a bit of pace now, to be honest. Starting to get into full chat, and in fact she picks it up, goes down into the dip, and the cadence is rising, so is the pace. And look at this, she is now on full chat. Probably got out of the saddle a little bit late here. Let's see how much impetus she carries through this. Oh, that was a very, very good entree into the corner. Rides the curve beautifully, keeps it under red. Shortest way home. Just a little bit of lateral movement through 3 here. But out of 4, this is not going to be too bad. An 11.324 is where she sits at the moment. So, Probster it is that takes the lead in the competition, beating Pertakova's 11.657. This is Iona Muir waving to the crowds, greatly appreciated. Must admit, this long-standing design that we have of the Union Jack, cut it in half and then use a different colourway from the red, white and blue as expected. And it kind of works, doesn't it? I remember Mark Cavendish, he absolutely loved the racing green version of this. Mark busy abroad at the moment. Saw him this morning at the Singapore Criterium. His family are here though, and indeed in yesterday's family day, in fact, it was one of his boys who was handing out the flowers, which was rather nice. Sir Bradley Wiggins as well, who may well be joining us in the competitive position. He's graced us the last couple of days. His daughter also handing out some of the flowers down there, which is nice. It almost keeps it in the family, doesn't it? At the rail, still hasn't fully engaged. It will be this time by that the full-on approach lap begins. So let's have a look. Iona Muir just coming up to that point where she needs to engage gas. Let's see. Does so. It's kind of smooth delivery, you might say, for Iona. 22 years of age. She was silver at the Worlds in the team sprint with Emma Finucane, of course, and Paris Smith. And here she goes. Bell has rung. What sort of pace at this point? Quite low on the entree, or the entry. I don't know why I'm thinking food. But anyway, out of turn 4, let's have a look at the time. 11.767. Yeah, I just don't think there was the commitment off the peak, if you will, of turn 2 at that point. But then again, fatigue always starts to play at its hand, and it may well be that that is the case. Miriam Vecce next. So I've got to tell you that Iona Muir is at the foot of the table with, if you look at the pace as well, it was quite visible, but at 61.1 kilometres per hour, slowest pace. 63.5 is indeed the fastest that we've had so far. I think we're going to be busting 65 with Miriam Vecce. She certainly knows how to ride aggressively and has started to split the Brits, let's put it that way. Still waiting for Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane, but this from Vecce will be very, very good indeed. Let's have a look. So this will be her approach lap in a few moments' time. Coming to you right now. Former European under-23 500 time trialist and sprinter, of course. And right now, this is where she needs to inject the pace. It's really now where your 200 starts on this big approach, because how you set yourself up to break the timing line is extremely important. Let's have a look. It didn't look like she was fully invested off turn 2, but let's have a look at this one. And again, hard to tell from the cadence because it's going to be a very modest margins, but at the 100 split, she's at 5.44. Let's see how close she gets to 10 here, and way off the 11s. 11:2:31. Well, it puts her in the lead at the moment, but by a very modest margin of 1/10 of a second. I still think that we might get into the tens, and it could be Sophie Capewell or Emma Finucane to do it. Here is Sophie. Comes to the track. Under 23 European Sprint Champion this year. Bronze at the European in the Madison as well. Olympic gold, of course, in the team sprint in Paris. And in the World Team Sprint the year prior. So she knows how to invest. 27 now. Still very much think of her as very fresh and indeed effective at moments like this. Let's wait and see indeed how so in a few moments' time. Well, the Saturday time for Sophie Capewell was a 10.868, so I think we can expect really the 10-second or the 11-second margin to be broken. She's done it before, and this is likely to be her, quite frankly, doing it again. Let's see how this goes, shall we? Going to get the drop off, and then she will be running for it. This is her approach. Now, let's see. We need a bit of pace. She's out of the saddle now, which shows will. And this is more like it. A proper drive off the peak out of 2, down into the dip, picks it up over the bridge of 3, into 4, and this is really good. This is proper stuff. Let's have a look. Where's she going to bisect the 200 line? Slightly low. Will she get spat out above red down the back straight? Is she going to tee herself up for this corner? Just nudges onto that line, but no problem there. Keeps it honest. Let's have a look. We want to get under. Oh, that is nice. A 10.9.38. Quickest so far. She likes that. That will get her to the final. So she's done enough to get through to the final runoff here against, I presume, Emma Finucane is just starting to warm up right now, but Sophie Capewell doing a brilliant job. Finucane, by the way, set a 10.550 yesterday. And, yeah, just waving to the crowd right now. Superstar status, of course, for the 22-year-old from Carmarthen. Team sprint gold at the Olympic Games. We loved that. Twice a world champion in the sprint. Had a few bumps in that regard at the recent Worlds, but did take a silver in the Kirin at the World Championships in Santiago, in Chile. Well, she clearly travels well because she is back, she's on the bike, and she is ready to function at her very, very best. This is going to be good. Well, Mr. Cronenberg is in. My mate, Mr. Shrek, as he calls himself. He's in the auditorium, and he's bought himself a long life takeaway beer glass. Well, it's made of plastic, but it's got the London 3-day on it. He'll be happy. Loves a souvenir, and indeed is a signed-up member of the Carlton Kirby fan club. I can tell that because he's actually got the Kirby cap, and he's brought it with him. I may be expected to sign that a little bit later if I haven't already done it, but there you go. By the way, tickets still available for Aberdeen, but very few. I've sold out in Edinburgh. Aberdeen on the 11th, Edinburgh on the 12th. It's going to be great fun. Always is whenever we cross the border. So yeah, we're going to have an evening of quite a few giggles about the world of cycling, so can't wait for that. Aberdeen Arts Centre, go and have a look. Meanwhile, here we are, fully invested, full chat. This is nice. Let's have a look at this margin. Oh, you know what? Bullseye as far as the geometry is concerned, and this is going to be quick. Clock stops at the intermediate, but it's the big time that counts. Let's have a look at it. 10.6.45. Quickest, of course. Emma Finucane is absolutely cruising at the moment. It'll be she that takes on Sophie Capewell for top spot of the sprinters head-to-head a little bit later on. So they are 1 and 2. Miriam Vecchi will face Katriona Probster. Then we will have Pertikova against Iona Muir, who set an 11.7.67. So slower than we've seen her go all week, but you never know. Everyone has their moments. And we've got a big one coming up for you right now, over in the track centre, it's suddenly gone very, very quiet because we got a women's Madison chase for you next. 50 laps of dialed-in excitement here on this, the final day, session 4 of the London 3. Very busy day yesterday, and it's going to be equally so right here, right now. Let us see. Just getting through our rider introductions. And indeed, we're going to roll through and meet them all. The crowd who have come here will indeed get the blessing of hearing them all announced here. First will be what we've affectionately called the convicts here, the blue and white stripes of full gas cycling, almost named after a certain Mr. Tony Gibb, who is the founder of this London 3. So yeah, 20 years of age is Izzy Sharp, formerly a swimmer. She knows how to go freestyle. Team Pursuit European champion, of course, and a former junior European Madison champion. She pairs with Grace Lister, also a youngster, 21 years of age, under 23 European Team Pursuit champion and the British Omnium champion. So, Team 14, absolutely not messing about. They have been a major feature of this one, and in terms of their drive, they could even dream of a solid podium position today. You never know, perhaps even more. So they've met the crowd. Next up, it will be the aptly named Kapow Signs. Potentially punching above their weight. Lana Erbeler and Paula Gloning. They are a German pairing. Lana is just 22. Paula is only 18, one of the youngest here. Lana Erbeler is National Team Pursuit Champion of Germany, and the 18-year-old Paula Gloning, 6 times a cyclocross German champion. I know, she swapped the mud for a much cleaner affair here. Madison points and team pursuiting she absolutely loves. They are the purple team, maybe a purple patch today. BioRacer are next, wearing their different trade kit bib shorts, as you can see. But yeah, we have a tracker here. Maya Tracker, Junior World Scratch Champion, Under 23 Scratch European Champion as well. It's a Polish pairing with Rabinska, I beg your pardon, from Poland, 20 years of age, and indeed medals in the nationals at both Team Pursuit and Scratch. Next up, of course, if it's orange, it has to be the Netherlands, and it is. Julie van der Molen is here, a bronze medal in the juniors and the Europeans at under 21, in 2021. So that was very much when she was a teenager. Maaike Brandwacht is with her, the national Derny bronze medalist at 28, so a mixture of youth and experience. Also a youthful look to Brook Properties, the green team here, team number 10. Marie Borton is here, very important, and she races, it's this British and Spanish pairing. Isabella Escalara is her teammate. Back to Marie, silver in the team pursuit at the Nationals, and silver in the points as a junior as well. Originally from London is Isabella Escalara. But bronze in the Madison at the Euros at under 23 level. We've already moved on to personal bike fit with Clémence Chiraud of France, 21 years of age, new road contract for her. Junior world champion at Team Pursuit. She's with Caris Lloyd, the 18-year-old youngster, European Junior Omnium and European Under 23 Team Pursuitist as well. Made her Herne Hill debut at the age of 8. I know. Can you imagine? I'd have liked to have seen that. That would have been fantastic. Hana Rugovic for the Polka Dots here of Czech Republic with Veronika Boronikova, Team Pursuit National Champion. In fact, National Madison Champion is Rugovic, National Team Pursuit Champion. Boronikova, 6-day as well, specialist. Meanwhile, in red, it's the Abus team with Jenny Hall, 6 times a tandem world champion. With Sophie Unwin as well. Katie Ann Carlton with her, special shout out for her, mainly because of the name Carlton, nearly my name. But yeah, we have Sina Temmen and Jilla Triels, who are circulating right now in the sort of blue-grey, if you like, with red accents to their sleeves. This is Avias Consulting, team number 6. German-Dutch pairing. Zina is from Germany, and she was 5th in the Omnium Worlds under-23 in Cali. 4 national titles for her. And from the Netherlands, Jilla Triels, who is making her multi-day debut here. She's going very well. Tread Racing, Team 6 with Colleen Gulick, 9 times a United States national champion, also an Olympian at 34 years of age, and the mighty and amazing Kimberly Zubris, who's been an ever-present part of track cycling for so many years, 41 years of age now, former world #1 Madison rider, and 5 times the elite national champion. Just a beguiling character, really is spectacular when she takes to the track. And we're hoping to see a lot of her today. Likewise from Megan Barkan and Josie Knight. Megan, of course, bronze in the team pursuit of the World Championships, a former world champion in team pursuit, just can't help herself but win medals. And Josie Knight, of course, silver in the individual pursuit at the Worlds. Twice a world champion, twice a British champion, 3 times a European champion. Exchanging now with the Drop Project Brewing Company, team number 3 in the yellow, Francesca Zelva and indeed Robin Clay. This is an Italian-British pairing, national track champion for it was Zelva. Indeed, we also have Robin Clay staging the Tour Feminin and, of course, runs extremely well. Picture Post NL, she is got herself a contract. The roar you're hearing is because it's Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis. I mean, to start listing what Katie Archibald has achieved, I think we'd probably get to the end of the evening before we'd actually finish the list. It is quite remarkable. She paired up with Sophie Lewis, brilliant former national Omnium champion, European team pursuit champion, of course, and Madison champion from the Euros as well a couple of years ago. Part of the Manchester Cycling Project. They're paired brilliantly, as are Francesca Brauser and indeed Romy Kasper of Colnago, the German pairing. European Worlds and Olympic team pursuit champion, of course, Brauser. She's been brilliant here, and she is paired with the veteran Romy Kasper. Tour de France Femme stage, a Paris-Roubaix Femme going her way, 6 times Giro Donna. She's brilliant. They all are. And so it is time, now we've had the rolling introductions, to begin. This is 40 laps, trimmed down from 50 as expected and previewed, but we're hoping to keep to time, just to allow everyone to transition to their next event. That was the habit of 6-day racing. Of course, this is 3-day racing, with the best 3 days, we like to say. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But always it was an early finish on the Sunday. Then, of course, you would have Monday to install yourself in the next venue in what was a very busy, once upon a time, 6-day calendar. That's eased a little bit these days. Possibly COVID was part of the reason why it almost dismantled the sport, but it's fighting back. And the 3-day system is actually part of that. We have them elsewhere, of course. 3 days Bremen, a few others, but the London 3 draws a crowd, and it's great to see. It's the only international cycling event that we have, track cycling I should say, in the United Kingdom this year. And as it is, we have a women's Madison here, 40 laps. They've already completed 36. Madison Racing, if you're unfamiliar to it and you've just found us on this YouTube live cast, it is essentially a points race with a tag team element to it. No body splashes here, let's hope. Anyway, so basically you have the passive riders. The team is active with the rider who is busy at the bottom of the track. You get a hand sling to the passive rider who then becomes active, and you have to transition. So only one of you can be active at any one time. But it means you get fresh legs. And here's a handover that you're going to witness right now for Drop Project Brewing Company. Beautifully done. And so the active rider now suddenly becomes Francesca Zelva after Robin Kay had taken the opening phase. Others starting to ring in the changes. Just becoming active here is Isabella Asquilara, handed over by Marion Porton. You get the idea. Because of the fresh legs, you get a certain freshness and drive. And if you time things well, especially when we get to intermediate sprints, which come at 20, 10, and 5 from home. So in fact, it's 20, 10, and then the finish, I beg your pardon. So we have 2 intermediates plus the finish line. I'm thinking Singapore, this morning, whether we're going every 5. But yes, so we still have 12 laps to go before we actually get to our first sprints. So a good settling time for everybody. You can lap the field, but to be honest, this deep into a multi-day event, that becomes more of a rarity. Sometimes you get it at the very, very final. And don't expect Yuri Havik to give up the opportunity of stealing a lap on absolutely everybody. That's the way he rolls. Phil Heinen may well indeed be popping into the commentary position a little bit later on. He's the partner of Yuri Havik and will be telling us just how great that man is. Well, Phil Heinen himself has been pretty spectacular. Katie Archibald is absolutely a master of how to deliver her teammate to a fantastic position. In fact, Katie's going down the back straight at the moment. A gearing change to how she rode the Derny yesterday, where she actually nearly overtook her own Dernyman. That was quite remarkable. Ronzalo getting a big wake-up call. The power of Katie, well, we know all about that, and we're going to see a little bit more of it, I am sure. Avis Consulting, Tiemann just drifts up the track towards blue. More exchanges rolling in right now. It's starting to get a little bit lively. Megan Barker and Josie Knight also looking handy. Team number 4. It's team 1, as you can see, at the nose right now. This will be a handover from Browser to Romy Kasper. 7 laps to go before our first intermediate sprint. So this is where you start to think about getting yourself into a forward position so that you can essentially go for the sprint when it presents itself. Big move coming up by Sophie Lewis at the moment. So she's just on the blue line. She's in about P6 and will start to make her move forward with 6 laps to go because this spills down rather quickly. A few others interested in doing exactly the same thing. Abus Racing in the red here, just coming up near Clash there. Almost getting into the Kapow signs of Erbler and Gloning as they made their exchange, but we get away with it, thank goodness. And still the drive goes on. It's Abus that looked the hungriest. Katie Archibald is there. She is. She would be hoping to hand over in just a few moments' time, and does so brilliantly. This is to Sophie Lewis, and with 4 to go, it looks like Katie Archibald will indeed be driving this one home, but has got the problem of the likes of Grace Lister, who's running extremely well. She's on the nose at the moment in the blue and white stripes, being chased down rather effectively by Brookfield Properties, and it is Marie Portant, the 19-year-old who's right there. But just check this out. We've already had an exchange. Katie there is wrestling as they come 3 wide here, almost equally in P2. Bell is going to ring next time by with 22 laps remaining. Katie is going to hand over to Sophie Lewis and essentially just put in an awful lot of power into her. Here she comes around onto the start-finish straight. The bell has rung. Katie just spearing through rather nicely. Here she is. She's going to hand over to Sophie Lewis. What a way to open your account. Fresh legs. And Sophie's going to deliver this, and there's going to be no catching up. The crowd love this. So do we. That was hugely effective. She takes the points from this intermediate sprint. Next up, it's Team 7 doing a fantastic job. Jenny Hall and Calton, and they are indeed riding on and through, and Lewis sees this. Sophie Lewis just embeds with them, and that's a fighting force that we've got off the front right now, just about to be moderated by everybody else. I say everybody else, but essentially 7 teams are busy at the moment. That looks where our next points will come, and that intermediate will come with 10 laps remaining. 10 laps. So let's see how they deliver, shall we? It's been lively, I must say. Smooth, which is a good thing. And let's see as it gets pacey towards the next of our intermediates. But policing duties at the moment, Archibald and Lewis, great pairing. Katie is it's like riding a magic carpet, I think, with her when it comes to delivering her partners for the sprint. She did it so effectively, of course, with in the Worlds at the Madison with Maddie Leach, actually. Sending in Maddie at exactly the right time. And it was lovely to hear Maddie paying compliments to Katie Archibald. Of course, they came back from Katie herself. Real superstar status for Katie Archibald, and a big draw, of course, in this London 3. And it's great to see her with in and amongst her fans, just enjoying the experience, which is great to see. So we are 5 laps away from the next intermediate sprint, and of course Katie Archibald is wise to this. She's going to come over the blue line. There she is. I think she's going to make an exchange very high up towards the rail. It was a gentle exchange, almost a touch, almost tag team style, wasn't it? But the pace is picking up right now. They're keeping their pas de dry still, and Sophie Lewis currently in about P5, leading them round a Drop Project Brewing Company. They draw the eye because of their yellow livery, but more than that, Selva and Clay have ridden superbly in this 3-day. Just making the exchange as they come through here, down the back straight, I should say. And so it is that we'll have our next intermediate sprint in very short order. It's personal bike fit with Clemenceau handing over to Caris Lloyd in a few moments' time. Caris is just waiting to get the exchange on the nose and dropping in now. So here they are at the lead. They're going to hear the bell. Fresh legs. That is a superb drive by Caris into this corner. Might actually be sharing the love of some of the points here. So it looks like Caris, but under a real threat here from Grace Lister, who's going to come try and get up and over the top. She might well get there. Lister at the line. Oh, I think she just steals it. Brilliant for Team 14. Full gas cycling here. That was a real battle. Loved that. Attack coming, ranging straight over the top here, and Francesca Brauser is going for it. This will be an attempt to gain a lap with 9 remaining, or at least get up to the front and make sure that that her team, Colnago, are in the frame for the big points in the final sprint. Don't forget they double them up. 5, 3, 2 and 1 become 10, 6, 4 and 2 at the line. If you manage to finish level on points, then whoever beats the other team-wise at the line will indeed be the winner. Let us wait and see. Nice exchanges going on, raining in beautifully, and we've kind of got a pecking order established here, haven't we? It's the usual suspects. Are we allowed to say that? I think we are. Handover coming neatly. Avis Consulting, team number 6, doing a very good job with Temen and Trails. Oh, is it Trails? I beg your pardon. Some riders just in the threat of being indeed lapped. Commissaire just pointing to the head of the field, and at the moment Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister are in that position. Izzy is the active rider, just about to hand over to Grace. I'm actually looking for Grace right now. She's about half a lap further down the road as we stand. Well, Team 6 has lost a lap, I'm afraid, for Avis Consulting with Temen and Trails. So they have been lapped, and they won't be the last, I don't think. 5 laps remaining, and there's a few tired legs and minds out there. Next up, it is our sprint for the finale here. So it will draw this women's Madison rider the chase of around 15 minutes. I think that's what we would have expected had it been 50 laps, but they've trimmed it down. I think the men will be riding 50 as well instead of 60. They'll be next on track in a few moments' time. As it is, 3 to go, 2 next time by, and this is that thing I was telling you about, timing mixed with aggression, and always delivered with a smile. But Katie Archibald is an assassin when she gets on the bike, and right now she's doing a fabulous job. She's leading everyone a merry dance around here. Grace Lister staying on her wheel. But there's going to be an exchange, but Francesca Brauser is not going to wait for that. Katie Archibald keeps the pace going so that she gets a clean exchange, and Brauser can't get round Katie Archibald. Down the back straight they go. Katie Archibald really fighting to defend the position, and indeed holds on to that. Brauser backs off, drops in behind Katie, but this is going to allow Katie Archibald to make a clean exchange with Sophie Lewis coming up right now, and here it is. Oh, and the luxury that was waiting there from Casper, who wanted to get Brauser off the front. Not going to happen. And Katie Archibald has handed over to Sophie Lewis to take it here. Team 1 in second place with Team 14 home third. Team 10, Brookfield Properties, fourth for this one at the finish line. But Archibald Lewis getting 10 points. Browser and Casper the 6th. Sharp and Lister 4. And Porton and a partner just the last points there. 15 points between them. So it would have only been one. Doing my maths very rudimentary, you understand. Well, there could have been 4 more points at the disposal of Casper and Browser there. But just couldn't get round Katie Archibald, who was alive to the threat, turned on the power and helped to deliver Sophie Lewis and herself to a winning Madison there. Crowd more than happy to have witnessed that, and likewise are we.
Inspiring cyclists themselves, Elizabeth and Isla present to Katie and Sophie their bouquets. A massive round of applause for our Madison Chase champions. A quick few words with you both. Sophie and Katie, you have put on the most incredible performance at this year's London 3-Day. A massive, honestly, a huge, so much support and love for that. Sophie, are we going to see more of you on the world stage? Hopefully, yeah, fingers crossed. I'll do everything I can to be there. I think you are really putting everything into it. Now, Katie, what a weekend it's been for you. And obviously a lot of your fans are in this room right now. Anything you'd like to share with them?
I know, I think the voice of your mother amplifies about 100 people, doesn't it? So it's nice to race at home when you've got friends and family that come to watch, and then to feel like you've got, 1,000 friends in the crowd as well is pretty special.
Very special indeed. And now obviously we can see the effort that you're putting in during the Madison, and it obviously doesn't look very easy, but can you just share some insight into what's going through your brain during?
So, in the overall, we're leading, but it's a bit misleading. As soon as Team 10 score enough, they're going to be a lap ahead of us. So it's quite an aggressive day today. It's pretty much all in the line, and we thought, why hide that? We're going to go out hard in the first race. And I don't think that was a secret to anybody. And now we just have to carry it through the rest of the afternoon.
Absolutely, you must carry it on. How are you feeling, Sophie? Do you reckon you got it in you?
Yeah, feeling it today, if I'm honest, but that race was pretty good. Felt better than I thought, so yeah.
It was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. A massive round of applause for our winners of the Madison Chase.
And this is how the general classification for the women's endurance indeed pans out. On the lead lap is Porton and Escalara. Archibald and Lewis, though, with 267 points, need to find a lap which they should get today, and then would be the outright leaders. Lister and Sharp are on 225, also a lap down. But as you can see, there are only 6 teams that are featuring in that sort of either on the lead lap or a lap down. But Porton and Escalara, Team 10, have worked extraordinarily well. Next up, it is the men's Madison Chase, and once again we'll get introduced to the crowd and indeed detailed as 60 laps. So indeed the full quotient for the men, as expected. We're clearly back on schedule, which is good, and in a few moments time we'll be having them introduced to the crowd. time to meet the men's Madison teams then. The introductions will begin. SD Displays are here. Roy Efting-Blom and Callum 12s. Now, they do get lively. The Dutch-British pairing, Roy Efting, multiple world and European scratch medals have gone his way. He's with the 21-year-old Callum 12s, junior individual pursuit silver at the Nationals, and indeed good scratch racer as well, I've got to tell you. Next up, in the yellow polka dots of the Scream team, that's with a K in the middle. This is Tom Ward, European Super, of course, and indeed the in 2024 National Madison champion, Derny National champion as well, I've got to say, a couple of years ago. 30 now, he is. 26 years of age, he's Frank Longstaff, beg your pardon, National Madison champion, 25 times a UCI track, indeed, winner, so knows his stuff. Meanwhile, as we hand over from the yellow polka dots, suddenly coming into view will be a mighty 6-day contender, Jules Hesters, rolling through for full gas cycling in the blue and white. Yes, superb. He's a great elimination man, 3 times elimination world's Euro champion. Riding with Ollie Wood. So they do get lively, the men in the blue and white stripes. Ollie Wood, of course, world team pursuit champion a couple of years ago. European scratch champion as well. Multiple world medals have gone his way. Jan Schalk and Justus Willemsen of the Netherlands. Young team this for Kapow Signs, but they have no fear, which is great. Making his debut at the London 3 is Van Schalk, just 18 years of age. Won the under-19 in Bremen 6. That was impressive. Justin Willemsen is his pairing, just 21 years of age, and won the Rotterdam 6 actually. Down to the men in pale blue here of BioRacer, Keegan Hornblow, and indeed George Jackson, the Kiwi pairing. Both in their mid-20s. Team Pursuit Oceania champion is Hornblow. Multiple World Cup medals going his way as well. And George Jackson, junior world champion in Team Pursuit. They know how to race. So do the next pairing in the orange, Brooks Cycles. The Scots and a Welshman here. Ross Burrell is from Scotland, former European Team Pursuit champion at junior level. Very much looking forward to seeing these in action, because they just keep kicking over the hornet's nest. It's brilliant, and I think they'll do so again on this, the final day. Fisher and Birrell then. Meanwhile, Brookfield Properties in the green with Alvaro Nevas and indeed Will Gilbank. This is the Spanish-British pairing. Will twice on the podium in the Nationals, in the Madison and the Scratch. Navas, multiple times national Spanish champion in various disciplines. Handing over now to a personal bike fit in the black with the black numbers, black everything. The stealth team, you might say. Szczylarski and Augenstein. They are running extremely well. They are mid-table at the moment, a couple of laps down, but on 126 points, and can go loud, and hoping that they do so this time by. They hand over to the blue polka dots of Cinnamon Cafe with Riley Pickerel and Jamie Witcher. Jamie, Pan-American gold medalist in the team pursuit for Canada, and Riley Pickerel, multiple national titles and stages in the Tour de l'Avenir and the Baby Giro. He's 24, and Witcher is just 20 years of age. He's a student at the University of British Columbia. Whenever Canada race, they always go big, and especially at big occasions, and let's see how they go today. Abus in the red here with Will Perrott and Matt Bostock. Matt, a national champion, he wears the red number 7. Will Perrott is the black number. National team pursuiter, of course, Madison and Derny. So that is a strong pairing, and they are making a nuisance of themselves, which is great. It's Perrott and Bostock currently running in 6th place on 166, but will be very easily could move to 5th, or indeed start to nudge the podium. That'll be good. The Avis Consulting Team 6 with Filutas and Winkler. 21 times the national champion of Hungary is Filutas. He wears the black number 6. Wearing the red 6 is Oscar Winkler, returns to the London 3 days. Multiple, of course, national champion as well is he for Denmark. Thread team with the white shoulders and the purple torso. It's Will Tidball and Josh Charlton. Josh, new individual pursuit world champion, of course, European individual pursuit champion, scratch world champion, of course, as well. Great British pairing. Likewise, good pairing. The next team up here, Team Endeavour. We have, in fact, just Phil Heinen and Yuri Havik. Havoc it is that wears the black number, waving to the crowd here. A super 6-day man, 15 6-day titles to his name. World Madison champion a couple of years ago. And Phil Heinen, the 25-year-old Dutchman, 3 times European bronze medalist. Elimination points, you name it, he has done it. European champions are here for Drop Project Brewing Company. Jana Dornbos and Vincent Hoppeschek. Great combination this is. European Madison champions. Yeah, why not? Noah Hobbs and Henry Hobbs as well. The Hobbesian groups here. Great philosophers, political philosophers, but more than that, they are good track cyclists. If you know your political philosophy, you'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, you're thinking, what's he on about? Amax, indeed, the European Team Pursuit champions of 2023 is Noah Hobbs. 3 times junior world champion is Henry Hobbs. Ben Wiggins is here. So's his dad, Brad, Sir Bradley. Might be having a chat with him a little bit later on. But Ben is paired with Roger Kluger, and they've been looking fantastic. In fact, they are second place at the moment behind Havik and Heinen. But there is only a handful of points, 13 in fact, between those at the top. 3 teams are on the lead lap, including Dornbos and Hoppeschek of the Netherlands. They've only got 170 points, 189 by Havik and Heinen. Kluger and Wiggins on 176. So it's tight up there. 180 points for Tidball and Charlton, but they're a lap down, so they would vault to second place by gaining a lap. Let's see how lively they are. The gun has gone, so we are racing. It is now. I know, it's good stuff, isn't it? So bed yourselves in, settle down for a beautiful bit of action right now. 60 laps, 59 as is now declared remaining, and we'll see who goes for an early one. Quite often, early doors, somebody is going to open the book, but then again, they did that yesterday, possibly the day before as well, and as a result, they maybe left something behind. Let's see. There was a lot of celebrations went on last night as well, because this has been a brilliant cycling festival. And well done to Tony Gibb for getting this together, and indeed thinking of a London 3 back in the day. And this is it's been a pleasure to call. My name's Carlton Kirby. You can find me on social media. And indeed, if you're watching on this YouTube live cast, then you've already found me, which is good news. Let's get our heads down, shall we, and deal with this. Bio Racing are off to the races, as they say, with Hornblow just blowing his own trumpet at the back there. Meanwhile, dropping in is Birrell and Sam Fisher, hoping to land a big one for Brooks Cycling. Let's see if that is the case. They exchange nicely. Next up, it is Alvaro Nevas. Never say never, with Gilbank as well. Meanwhile, everyone is left in the wake of a big wake-up call that gets issued. It's Will Perrott. He and Matt Bostock will exchange. They're in 6th place at the moment. They only need a couple of points to actually take a big vault forward, and a lap gain would actually help them an awful lot as well. They're on 163 points. So even points-wise, if they just pick up a couple, they will be moving forward into the top 5, but gain a lap, and then all of a sudden their whole complexion changes, and they might even start sniffing at a podium. That's the reason why they're going out long here. They want to unlap themselves, essentially. Now, don't forget, they only have to reach the back of the pack, and at the moment, that is, they've still got more than half a lap to actually do it. I would say probably 3/5 of a lap that they have to make up. But then again, it's the back, remind you, that you have to tag on to. And they're alone. This can get difficult. There could be teams that are around them that decide this is rather unfair. Seeing these upstarts heading off. But guess what? All of a sudden, It gets very busy, and Ben Wiggins is making a big move, high, wide, and handsome round the outside. He's sailed the blue line, and he's going to embed himself right now. And Ben Wiggins has actually rolled off the nose. Crowd are going to love this. So is Brad the dad coming around. Excuse me. It will be Roger Kluger. I wish I had a cough button, then you wouldn't have had to hear that. But, you know, these are luxury items that we're not party to. Hope that doesn't happen again. There we are. Kluger and Ben Wiggins doing a nice exchange right now. And it is Roger Kluger, 39 years of age. Doesn't like to talk about it, but yeah, he is a sensation, of course. 3 times the Madison World Champion, 4 times a European Madison Champion, with Ben Wiggins, under 23 Team Pursuit European Champion, don't forget, and 3rd in the Madison at the London 3-day last year when he rode with Yuri Havik. Right now, Abus trying to get this lap gain, and they're going to make it. Well, they're not going to wait. Of course, it's 26 laps before we actually get to the intermediate sprint, but Ben Wiggins has picked up and doing what Abus are doing so well. Abus not quite tagged onto the back as everyone else paces up, and the reason is we're breaking off the front. And others now gone defensive mode. Full gas cycling with Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood making their exchange coming up for you right now at the front. Meanwhile, at the back, I'm just looking to see if Abus are going to make it on. They're not that far away. They should get there. Let's see. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, guess what? Yuri Havik, wreaking havoc. He goes around the outside of a quartet that are in the chase, just making it on to the back here and bedding in with the European champions at the rear of the main body of the pack. I think that will be declared as lap gained for Abus, team number 7. They're just about there. And guess what? Roger Kluger is also going to unlap himself here, which is going to be brilliant. Adding to their tally overall, the white team doing a spectacular job. They just can't help themselves but feature. Meanwhile, there's a quartet that are off the front of the pack as well, also making a nuisance of themselves. This is kicked off and is as lively as you like. Lovely quartet. Team 5 are there. Havik, not wanting to miss out either, is also very much part of the fun. I'd be interested to see how full gas cycling go with Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood, who are indeed making moves right now. This has suddenly got extremely busy. Havik is active. It's just been thrown in here by Phil Heinen, who might actually be joining us a little bit later on to spare us his thoughts about life with the great Yuri Havik, who's now busy, as you can see. So what else about lap gains? We see Kluger and Wiggins having made it back in. They've just tagged on to the back of the main body. So they've gained a lap. So indeed have Team 7, Abus Racing. So, Perrott and Bostock on the lead lap. So are Kluger and Wiggins. Sensational stuff. The Hobbses as well, not that far behind. They lead the chase with Dornbos and Hoppeschek, Havik and Heinen. Also a lap down, but with the most points of anybody. And they're going to make a big point in a short while because they're part of a group that are coming over. Havik and Heinen, Team 4. Team 2 with the Hobbses, Noah and Henry also driving it very, very hard. The Amax team, always worthy of notice, and in fact of this trio, they're on the point right now making a big one. It is Havik right now that's doing the driving, just bedded in behind him. Noah Hobbs also here making the exchange. Hesters and Ollie Wood, who's going to finish the job for them, and it is Jules Hesters that is powering into this one. The black number 14 from the blue and whites almost look like convicts, don't they? Well, they've made the jailbreak, and in fact they are going to reintroduce themselves to the prison warder in a few moments' time at the back. I'll stop that one. Meanwhile, at the front, Drop Project Brewing Company have absolutely kicked off. They need something here, the Drop boys, and they have gone for it, the European champions. This is Dawn Boss and Hoppeschek. Now down in 4th place, and in fact waiting. We've now got 5 teams on the lead lap. Perrott and Bostow have made it over. Kluger and Wiggins are on the lead lap. Hobbs are here as well. Havoc and Heinen, Hesters and Wood. Dornbos and Hoppeschek then. Big questions for the European champions. What are they going to do about it? Well, the answer is try and gain a lap, but they're going to do it all on their lonesome. 30 laps remaining, so only 9 now before we get to the intermediate sprint at 20. There'll be another one at 10, and those points could actually be absolutely vital by the end of proceedings. We will, of course, have our final sprint. The European champions choosing a time to go for this. Now with 8 laps remaining until we get to the intermediate sprint. And this could be useful because teams try and moderate their pace sometimes at moments like this in order to be fresh for the sprint as it comes. If they do that, then they're going to find that the European champions have actually, in very short order, made up ground and got themselves back on the pack here, unlapped themselves essentially, put themselves back on the lead lap, and in so doing with their points tally as well, made hay, I think it's fair to say. Lovely exchange here, and it is Dornbos, handed over by Hoppeschek, that is going to have the duty of almost colliding with the back of the pack here. 6 laps to go. Now, is he going to lay up for 6 laps and indeed take the intermediate sprint? How badly do they need the points? That's the big question. Not badly enough. In fact, they're just going to ride into the rear of the peloton as we speak on the blue line. 4 to go. You can actually lay up and pick up 5 points here. They haven't quite got themselves back in just yet, but this is going to be declared before you know it. Hooter goes off. They have done it. They've made it through. And so as it stands, they didn't hold back for another few laps because they know how crucial the points are out there. It's very, very tight in the rankings, and nobody's really taking too many chances at the moment. That may well come a little bit later when people fully invest in the drive, but that's happening right now with Abus. They want to be clear off the front. Ben Wiggins has responded brilliantly, just on to the back wheel here of Matt Bostock, who's pushing into the back straight here, just about to exchange with Will Perrott, who drops in right now. This is Team 7. With it being red, you can't see the red number of Matt Bostock, but he was there. Will Perrott takes over and now gets the drive. But look who's on his case, Roger Kluger himself. And guess what? Team 4 and Phil Heinen has gone high around the outside. He's being wrestled here. 3 wide, they come off the final turn. That was really dramatic. But it is Roger Kluger that takes it just ahead there, just ahead of Phil Heinen. They really had to work hard for that. Kluger and Wiggins then take the 5, Havoc and Heinen the 3, Perrott and Bostock the 2, and Philutas and Winkler just the 1. Gosh, this is now we have, 6 teams on the lead lap? 7, in fact, with Dornbos and Hoppeschek as well, also making it over. So there's a lot of teams here that are going to be separated by points. We'll get the tally up for you at the very end. Tally up, tally ho. Let's get this job done, shall we? 18 laps remaining. Next intermediate sprint comes in 8 laps time, 7 next time by. And guess what? We've got a flyer. You always get this. Philutas and Winkler. This is Victor Philutas, 21 times a national champion of Hungary. He's hungry for more. He's gone off the front. And let's see, indeed, what is cooking behind him. And the Hungarian hands over here to Denmark's Oscar Winkler for the Avis boys, but are being traced by Roger Kluger, who's doing a fine job. Just tucked in behind is Will Perrott, and busy as well is Phil Heinen once again. Phil crosses the line in P4 at the moment. Haven't seen much of BioRacer yet in the sky blue. I think this is going to change almost immediately. Pickerel and Witcher are in the blue polka dots, just sitting in front of the Birrell and Fletcher pairing. The Birrell and Fisher pairing of Brooks Cycling. 4 laps to go to the intermediate sprint. Somebody's going to go on a long ranger. In fact, as we look at it, Team 4 are getting very, very busy. Heiner's about to exchange with Havoc. The Airbus boys as well are bound to be tempted, I've got to tell you. But let's see. On the nose is Ben Wiggins, just for now, about to exchange, of course, with Roger Kluger. And we are as busy as you like. Some exchanges coming with 12 laps remaining, and just dropping in and getting a little bit sensible. Soon we'll have Kieran racing for you, by the way, and Derny as well. And at that point, it'll be time, as the bell rings now, to welcome back Michel Vartan. We'll do that in a short while, but let us deal with this as we go absolutely up towards the rail here, and Havoc drops in, causes havoc as well, and he is absolutely motoring. This is brilliant. When Yuri Havoc has got the bit between his teeth, there's no stopping him. He takes the points here. Harvick and Heinen with 5 points. Kluger and Wiggins 3. Falutis and Winkler 2. And Perrott and Bostock get the solitary 1. Let's indeed continue the drive. And it is Abus with Will Perrott and Matt Bostock that go for it down the back straight. It is Team 4 again, with Heinen still very much attentive. Just tucked in behind him is Roger Kluger, the great man himself. And they're 3 wide in the wrestle to gain some decent positions right now. Nice little exchange for Avis Consulting with Falutas and Winkler. They've actually gone loud in this one, I've got to say, in several different ways. European champions looking lively, and full gas cycling with Jules Hesters. He's been a bit quieter than I would have expected over the last couple of days, as Jules Hesters. I think he's going to want to show his hand today. Riding with Ollie Wood, who's active at the moment. Going to hand over to Hesters, as indeed we have 6 laps remaining. This will disappear rather quickly as everyone paces up for the big points at the very end. Another flyer coming from Phil Heinen. He couldn't be higher up without indeed buying himself a Minty Magnum in the concessions nearby. Other ice creams are available, but let's see. Is he going to manage to lick the field? Let's have a look. He eases off the gas ever so slightly. It's looking pensive. Just now tucked in. Yuri Havoc is the man who's in wheel 3. Exchanges with Heinen again. They're on very short exchanges right now, which means that they want to keep fresh. Nice little interchange as well in the blue for BioRacer with Hornblow and Jackson. They make the change in the sky blue. Tucked in here, as you can see, behind Team 6, Avis Consulting, who've been very busy in this one. Falutas has been the main driver for them, the Hungarian, but don't take it away from Oscar Winkler as well, the Dane. He's terrific too. Nice exchange here as Kluger throws in Wiggins, just tucks in behind the European champion of Jana Dornbos. They go for it, and they've got separation. It causes a worry here for Phil Heinen. He's dropping in. Here's Yuri Havoc right now. Nice exchange, just slightly hampering Jules Hesters, who was sent further up the track. In fact, it was Ollie Wood who was troubled. Here is Havoc with our final lap, and the big point's up for grabs. He goes over the blue line. He goes over the European champion, but it's going to be Ben Wiggins that brings this one home. Unless Havoc can mug him on the line, he's after him. Doesn't get there. It's Ben Wiggins that makes it count. But Havoc as well, scoring some important points, also gaining a lap out there. Likewise did Kluger and Wiggins, and indeed finished the job absolutely brilliantly. That was one heck of a chase. We loved that. We'll have a bigger one, of course, at the very last. Time for us to ease off just a little bit. We'll get you the full points tally in just a few moments' time. And then, of course, we've got the pleasure of going Kieran racing. Indeed, enjoying some Derny as well. I mean, what's not to like? You're getting it all here. $18 points garnered by Kluger and Wiggins out of that one. 14 went the way of Havoc and Heinen. They also regained a lap, and they had the daddy points, of course, as we came into this. We will have the overall classification for you fairly shortly, but just assembling everything, making sure that we've got all the laps tagged as well. As the slowdown continues, everyone just coming off the pace and just talking as to how did that one go? Did it go all right for you? Went all right for me. You get the idea. Well, things have been going very well, of course, at this London 3. And, of course, they've been going extraordinarily well with all the drama that we enjoy. Next up, it'll be Kieran racing with the women's sprint, and the women's Madison, the 4th Derny race, is beckoning. And as a result, it is time for us to say hello to Michel Vartan. Hello, mate. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
You? Thank you.
Yeah, very well. It's all good fun. It's busy.
Good to be here again.
Oh, it's fantastic to have you. We will be Kieran racing in a short while. Lots of people on social media as well talking about the women's Derny race yesterday, and Katie Archibald almost overtaking her pacer. What was the word when you got back there last night?
Well, apparently she didn't think the gear was too small. But when we looked at it, it looked like she was turning the legs really, really fast.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
She got there.
She's so good she didn't realize how small the gear was.
Presented by Ollie and Freddie.
Young presenters there. Well done, guys. Over to you, Lucy.
Thank you, Joe. Oh my goodness, guys. Ben and Roger. If last night's statement wasn't enough, here you are again today. How does it feel to have won the Madison Chase?
Yeah, it's again a good start of the day, so looking forward to the final.
Fight talk, you're feeling ready. Ben, I'm dying to know, what were you talking to Yuri about as you went around? You tapped him underneath the armpit because he almost caught up with you at the final. And obviously you were on the podium with him this time last year. Tell us about some of that banter.
At the end, yeah, as I celebrated over the line, celebrated a little bit too early. I didn't realise he was coming around me like that and hit him. He's all right, he cleared it up.
Fantastic, good enough indeed. Now, Roger and Ben, there's quite an age difference between the two of you. Not that should make any difference, but what is that like? You know, you're obviously very, very much up there together in terms of your fitness and ability.
All the last years, just the young guys, they keep me also young. So I'm not thinking about age, so I'm just enjoying riding with young, talented rider and help them to become better.
Absolutely, and obviously Big Roger's a legend. Ben, you were a former junior world champion in the Madison. Are you feeling like you're really growing working with Roger, and will we see you at the LA Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. I mean, I can only come out of this weekend as a better and more experienced Madison rider riding with Roger, and the same riding with Yuri last year. It's going to be a pretty invaluable experience going forward.
100%. Well, thank you both so much. Look forward to seeing the finals. A massive round of applause for the guys.
Thank you, Lucy. Havoc and Heinen on 214 points, and not only that, they're back on the lead lap. Brilliant. So they are our overall leaders. Kluger and Wiggins here on 206 points. Dornbos and Hoppershak on 192. That's two less than Tidball and Charlton, who need to find laps. They are now 2 laps down, so only 2 teams on the lead lap. Dornbos and Hoppershak need to find a lap, but even if they do, they need points as well, and making a big point is Havoc and Heinen. They are on 214. That is bridgeable by Kluger and Wiggins, and they've just won this one. Can they possibly round it out on the final? Let us wait and see. It's time for the sound of the thing that we love. It's a Derny, and indeed it is busy circulating. There's a little tear that's formed in the on the eyes of Michel Varden. Just wondering about the days when he used to do this. But was forced to retire. It's a disgrace.
I was forced.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It wasn't volunteering.
You see, I decided.
Yeah, well, one look at you, you'll understand why.
Thank you.
Oh, dear. Look at this. This right now is, of course, our sprinters coming out back onto the floor and hoping to get a job done here. Now, we always talk about the fact that luck has to factor into it. There's no free pass here, is there? We've got a problem here for Sophie Capewell. Facing the wrong way. This is not a good thing. Finally, she you don't want to be going turning right on a track like this, do you?
No. No, we have to turn left.
It's essential. By the way, do you know
it's the law of what did I say, Foucault?
The centrifuge.
Yes,
as well. Exactly. Because your heart is on the left-hand side, it's in the track centre. It's more comfortable to circulate turning left. Who'd have thought?
Yep.
There
That's
we
what
are.
it is.
We got banking to help.
And then Ron Zeilert, he's the pacer again for the Kirin. So
Well,
he's experienced by after 3 days.
wasn't it Ron Darnard who was paired with Katie Archibald yesterday?
No, it was.
Oh, Shoes.
No. It was Bauerlein, Peter.
It was, you know.
Yeah.
I'm blaming everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, Peter Berline.
Peter was lucky that he didn't lose her.
Or she didn't lose him.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, quite remarkable. Pointed out as a big highlight for many of you yesterday. So we get ourselves up to pace, not a screaming pace as you understand, because we don't want to offer up too much assistance to the nearest rider to the pacer, because that would be unfair. So we get up to about 45, 50 k's an hour. Maybe a little bit less than that. We shall wait and see. But it's a gradual, sinuous increase. Just explain the throttle system to us briefly, Michelle. It's actually a thumb throttle, isn't it, which stays at a certain pace?
It's like fixed. It stands. It's not coming back with the spring, so it stays where it's at. So it stays always on the same speed. It keeps the same speed unless you pull or pull back.
Yep, there you are. So it is. It's not constantly variable, but you can set it essentially with the thumb, and then it keeps that that pace going. Also, like overdrive, a primitive overdrive system, I think you might say. So, time for us to get busy here, and it is Bertikova that comes up here for the personal bike fit. She is going for it. Sophie Catewell just marking her out for the time being. Jona Muir is nearby, and so is Emma Finucane. Emma Finucane, of course, spectacular Kirin with the silver in the Kirin World Champs. She's in the silver spot right now, but she'd like a little bit more than that. Miriam Vecchi would also like to challenge. Coming up onto the shoulder here as the bell's gone. It's going to be finishing this time by, and it's Catewell that holds it for the time being at the line. Catewell takes it ahead of Finucane with Vecchi in the frame as well. That was busy. And nice to see Sophie Catewell, who was, I think she'll probably start like that every single time now. Facing the wrong way, last to order. Everyone has their mantras. Did you have any suspicions about, were you a suspicious rider yourself? Did you have a little mantra when you were Kirin racing? Were the things that you did, like you wouldn't eat grapes on Thursdays? I don't know.
Not really. I mean, we have to figure it out ourselves all the time. So, and every time it was a different situation. Yeah. Well, that's
some people. I mean, I've often seen green socks, lucky green socks being worn. I kind of wonder whether they're green only because they've never been washed. Did you have any lucky charms
it's like
yourself?
The green shoes of what's his name?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, to be honest. I was hoping you would.
But at
you
the,
know
at
what's
the
his name? He wore them.
Yeah, in the time in Japan, we always had to wear some protectors. Yeah, arm protectors and a back protector.
Oh yeah.
Because there were so many crashes.
Yeah.
So
exactly, and you didn't want to be singing alto at the end of the day.
Well, the thing is, in Japan, it's not wood. It's like a sort of concrete.
Yeah.
With a chemical stuff named walk top.
Yeah, it's like a grippy surface that they put onto it.
Yes,
Yeah.
because most of the time in Japan we raced in the rain. So a lot of races went through in the rain, and also when we went to the north of Japan, there was still snow. And they have a system on the top of the track, and they pour the water down so to melt the snow, so they could still race in the rain, actually, in the wet.
Good win for Sophie Catewell, who takes the applause, gets the flowers. I wonder if we're going to have a brief chat with her as well. You just never know. Well, next up, we are Derny racing once again. I'm still trying to find who it is that had his lucky green socks, but it's beating me at the moment. Somebody will tell me. I don't know why it's. I can see him, just can't remember the name momentarily. It's an age thing. Next up, it is our Derny pairings for you in a short while. I wonder if the great. Brian Smith will remember who it was, the Madison man who used to wear green socks. He'll tell me in a second. I know he's listening. Time to fire some T-shirts up into the crowd. Why don't you? You've seen some very lousy shots out there earlier on today.
Ooh. Not enough pressure.
That was the one on. And there you are. Near enough. So anyway, we'll let this party carry on for you for a short while.
Home straight will get a t-shirt later. Any more loose?
Run at those cleats, go! Amazing work, guys! Any words? Say thank you to the audience.
Have fun. It's great racing.
Thank you so much. How about you, Sam?
Well done.
Hope you all
So there'll be
enjoy it.
more t-shirts later. We'll come to you lot later, don't worry. You won't get missed out. Who got a t-shirt? Give us a wave. Well done. Good job. Okay, back to the track for the Derny race. For the women, if you've not seen a full Derny race before, 8 Dernies, 8 riders. It's noisy, it's full on. You'll smell the fumes, you'll feel the noise. Make some noise for our Derny drivers.
And so the rumble of the Derny bikes. Not so much burnt two-stroke oil out there these days. I miss that smell, I've got to say. They've tidied them up just a little bit. No more smoke puffing out the back of the exhaust. But yeah, I mean, sometimes, especially in some of the smaller venues like Amsterdam, it used to fill with the fog as we went round. Right now, it is 40-lap Derny race. It is the fourth and final Derny race for the women. And we have the pleasure, of course, of Michelle Vartan, Derny great himself, Super Kieran man as well. And now in charge of all the Dernies and the pairings. We'll have those for you in a short while. But yeah, settling yourself in. When you have a meeting in the evening and you kind of pick over the bones of what's gone on during the day, what's the mood like? Or does it depend on who your Dernymen are, of course?
No, but the mood is okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, everybody gets along.
Good. Have to, I guess.
Sometimes we have a discussion afterwards, after the race, but after 10 minutes it's over. And then, we have a pint afterwards.
You take your hands off each other's throats and then you send some beer down there, which is good. I like that. Well, just about to settle ourselves into our pairings in a few moments' time. Romy Casper will be with Mario Van Hoff. We have Robin Clay with Christian Dagnoni. Ron Zylard is with Sina Temmen. We have Herman Bakker on the back attack with Hanna Rugovac. We have Karis Lloyd. She will be piloted by James Hollander, a leader. Eric Schovs is in charge of Maaike Brandwacht. And Tony Cassidy, Mr. Hobbalong himself, is with Molly Isabel Sharp. So there we are. I've got Michelle just checking the pairings for us right now. But yeah, I think we've got it right, which is good.
I think Bauerlein is riding with Brandwacht. So.
So not Eric Schovs.
No.
There we are.
It
seems that Bauerlein is riding with Eric Schovs. So is Bauerlein riding with Eric Schovs? I believe that is the case. But
Brandwacht is riding with Bauerlein.
Who is?
Brandwacht is riding with Bauerlein.
Not Eric Schovs.
No.
Okay, so Brandwacht is working with Bauerlein, not Eric Schovs. Right, we have got it. Here we go then. Get yourself embedded right now. We are starting to race. Well, I've got to say, I absolutely love Derny racing. Stayer racing as well. I'm a bit of a fan of that, but that's become something of a rarity. It's just, it seems, do we still have stayer racing? It's apart from just an exhibition event?
Yes, yes. In Germany, sometimes in France, they have still motor pacing races behind the big motor. In Holland, they still have some, but not so many anymore. And also, there is no open tracks anymore, or that are capable that they can ride fast on those open tracks. Like always in Zurich, they had a fast open velodrome, where they have nice stayer racing.
Here we go then. Time to get ourselves settled and underway. Robin Clay here has got Christian Dagnoni. They're on the point right now. Meanwhile, chasing down Team 6 with Sina Tamman and Ron Zylard running in second place in the what looks like a titanium-coloured Derny. The black Derny just embedded in behind at the moment. Team number 9, that's Courage Lloyd with James Honda leader. And we're all locked together just for now. And the tone of the Dernies says that we're on a modest pace at the moment, but this will change. It's one of the beauties of having the mechanical Dernies here as well, rather than the electric Ernies, as I like to call them. That's an Ernie is an electric Derny. I didn't know if you knew that, Michel.
I didn't know.
That's what I call it.
Ernie?
Get on the Ernie. That's an electric Derny.
Yeah, there's our. I don't mention the name, but
there we are. So we are at the moment in a holding pattern. Who is going to make the first move? I've got a feeling that this is going to be Franziska Brauser, who is it Brauser who's on track at the moment? No, I beg your pardon. It's Romy Kasper.
Yeah,
Kasper with Mario van Hoff. That looks like a lively pairing. They're currently running in 4th place.
yes, those are my favorites for this race.
Yep, certainly looks that way. Mine too. Let's see as well how Team 8 go. This is Rugovac with Herman Bakker on the back attack in the blue polka dots of Cinnamon Cafe. They should go strongly as well. In fact, they are just tracing Romy Kasper at the moment and Team Colnago. That's team number 1 with Mario van Hoff doing the piloting at the moment. Still on the front is Robin Clay with Christian Dagnoni, but change is in the air and we've had a modest change of pace. You can hear the tone has just started to rise up just a little bit. Nobody's lost anybody just for the time being, and still doing a good job of pacing us for Drop Project Brewing Company out front at the moment is red number 3, Robin Clay, being piloted by Dagnoni. No change of position just yet here, Michel.
No, they're still waiting because they have still a big final in the Madison to do. So they want to keep their energy a little bit together. So
it makes sense. You've got a big finale to come up, the Madison final. That'll be 80 laps for the women. Called the Crowd Wave Final because really it is party atmosphere that we get at that point. In fact, it's been a great atmosphere here at the Lee Valley Velodrome. It is well full. Still some walk-up tickets available, but very few, I've got to tell you. Meanwhile, Drop Project still pacing the field at the moment, but the big moves are bound to come. We've got 25 laps remaining. I think in another 7 laps, when we get to about 18, between 15 and 18 laps remaining, Michel, that's when things are going to get very lively here.
Yes, they're waiting. They're waiting as long as possible, but not too long eventually. To finish with a higher speed because now they're cruising, and I think in a few laps they will make their first move.
Zylard is now starting to think about it. He's giving himself some room here. He's riding the blue line, which in Derny racing is quite often the fastest approach line, if indeed you're trying to move past the field. And with him just increasing the pace, and the same thing has happened with Team 3 with Clay and Dagnoni. We've got a little bit of separation here. This is a fine run, I must say, by Drop Project. They're out front. We're going to get a response, though, any moment now from, you can believe it, Romy Kasper and Mario van Hoff. They are waiting to indeed make their move. Haven't done so just yet. In fact, they're laid up ever so slightly. waiting to go. I'm just wondering whether in full gas as well with Tony Cassidy and Isabel Sharp are also going to have a look-see. Likewise, Cinnamon Cafe, team number 8 with the blue polka dots. They're going to get lively, but here we go. This is where things start to change, a different complexion all of a sudden. You're going to get a compression. That little gap that's opening up could be some rush room. You have to be careful how you use it when you are pacing. That aero pocket that we talk about quite often, Michel, down the back straight, you have to take care when you're being at a motor pace like this.
Yes, it's important you keep a little bit distance, so you can go with higher speed and build it up much, not faster, but how would I say?
You come into that aero tunnel,
yes,
and then slingshot round the outside.
Exactly, that's what they do mostly.
Well, here we are, and you can see they're just laying up ever so slightly. Team number 1 here. And the drive is going to come now. Quick check over the shoulder. That always tells a lot. Mario Van Hoff has said, okay, are you with me?
Yep.
Let's do this. Meanwhile, out front, it still continues with Team 6 making big inroads here. Ron Zylard has actually broken for the horizon here. He's gone. But look at the exchange just behind. Dropping in, Team number 1 are now being driven. Mario Van Hoff has had enough of waiting for this one. He comes up high, wide and handsome on the blue line. And suddenly we've got some exchanges here. This is looking very, very lively. Team 1 blasting through the field right now. This was always going to happen, it seems. Mario Van Hoff wants this. He knows he's got a quality rider on his back wheel, and Romy Kasper is quite happy and comfortable in that regard. She's almost driving the extra pace. The journeyman sees this, just extends the speed just a little bit, being matched on the inside, but he's going to get the drop in. Once they're clear, they can make their way down to the bottom of the track. That'll be the shortest way through, but there's a proper fight going on here. Team 6 with Ron Zylard and Sina Taman do not want to cede this position. As a result, it's a lockout at the front, almost blocking Team 3 at the moment, who have got a big aero assist from the two teams that are battling. It's a wall of machinery in front, opens up on the inside, can't be taken just for the time being. Christian Dagnoni is starting to have a little think about making a move himself. Can't quite do it. Team 9 now are starting to get into the frame, but still that great battle up front. Super work here. Team number 1 with Kasper and Van Hoff. They've tried, they've backed out of it, they will try surely again, Michel.
Yes, the problem is, or the thing is that Zylard, he's so experienced, he let Kasper coming, and then when Kasper was next to him, he pulled the throttle, so he had to hold him on the blue line, so she had to make more distance. That's why she has to come back, because she couldn't hold it.
Romy Kasper is going again, called for another attack, and it's just starting to happen right now on the front. There are others that are coming to join the fray as well, and a big run with Peter Berline, with Tony Cassidy, I beg your pardon, with Isabel Sharp on the blue and white stripes of full gas cycling around the outside. This is getting very, very clever. The tone has completely changed, and the complexion likewise as well. Team 7 7 laps remaining, and still team number 1 with Romy Kasper trying a level best, cannot make the breakthrough just for the time being. I'm loving watching this. What a battle we've got raging for you right now, and it is far from over. This is going to be a smart finale, I've got to say. And here it comes, Romy Kasper again. Getting the drive from Mario Van Hoff, trying to find a way through, can't do it, and this is actually backing up the field at the moment. Everybody believes that they can get something out of this with 5 laps to go.
Yes, the thing is that they have to wait until the final laps, because if they attack too early, they can blow themselves up. So Mario with Kasper, they have to wait until the final lap to make their final sprint.
Isabel Sharp with Tony Cassidy are coming really, really high up the banking, almost at the rail at the moment in the blue and white stripes. They want to be a part of this. Oh, and they've got separation. That's not going to work. They've broken down. They've lost his rider. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That is not good. Tony Cassidy, too much gas. He's there, but he doesn't have anyone with him. That is
Yeah,
a
yes.
nightmare. And so we've got a tag contest here. As his rider goes into the drop cycle, he hasn't noticed just yet. He should have a look up at the screen if he possibly can. Just about to get back on board. And in fact, he's now suddenly seen that his rider is up ahead of him. He's going to have to get this sorted out, but there is a final lap that's gone off right now, and this is fantastic. What great racing as well by team number 6 with Ron Zyland. Are they going to lead all the way? It's going to be 3 wide. Is it at the line? Super work, little bit of separation. I've got to say for Team 1, Romy Kasper just dropped off her Derny pacer at the very last. We had a bit of separation out there. What drama we had, though. That was a terrific race, very cagey.
Yes, it was a perfect professional race done by Ron Zylaert.
Absolutely
Held
brilliant.
it all off, so that was brilliant pacing from him.
Never ever did he cede that position. Had to defend it from a very spirited Romy Kasper, who was really going for it. Bit of separation for full gas racing. As Izzy Sharp just decided to do it himself. There's a bit of an apology going on down in the corner there. But yes, what I loved more than anything else there was that Michel Vartan sitting next to me just started to chuckle.
That's unbelievable. Huh?
Oh dear.
Yeah,
What was really...
You see the difference between the pacers.
Yeah.
The guys who have the most experience, they won't make hardly any mistakes. And then the guys that are not really experienced, they can make mistakes like we just saw.
Everyone's got to learn.
Of course.
Exactly.
And
Well,
that's the problem nowadays, because we don't have enough racing, and especially not Derny racing.
True.
So it's hard for the newcomers to learn the job.
Well, we loved that, I've got to say. Porton and Escalara on 217 points. This is how the general classification shapes up. Archibald and Lewis, all 267, more points than anybody, but a lap down. So that has to be found, possibly in the final chase, a little bit later on. Sharp and Lister on 233. It's only 5 points clear of Browser and Kasper. Here we are. Flowers have been handed out, and we will hear indeed.
I'm going to steal a quick few words. Sina, huge congratulations. You are a phenomenal rider hailing from Germany with quite a few national titles under your name. How good does it feel to be you right now?
It's awesome to be here, and it's my first Derny race, so I'm pretty proud of the victory.
First Derny race, and a victorious one at that. Ron, what do you have to say?
She's lying, can be done. It was perfect race, perfect.
Yeah, it was good for you?
Yes, first we attacked the Italian guy, and it was smoothly. And I think a little bit the tempo increased, but not too much. And the few laps they come pushing behind us. But I look to her, I think the legs are good, no problem.
Amazing stuff. Did you feel that pressure? Because you did sustain the front for so long. There was always someone on your back wanting it, but you just wouldn't let them have it.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous, but I thought, no, I want to win, and then I just gave it all.
And you won! A huge congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us for this year's London 3-Day.
Sina Teban! And great pacing from Ron Zillard there.
Brackets, we're starving. Carl's passed out. Marco's completely lost in the corner. Points race coming up for you next. It's the men's Madison, just 20 laps, 4 sprints along the way as well. Gosh. So at 15, 10, 5, and then, of course, our sprint for the line itself, our sprint finale. Men's Madison is next. Then we'll have the men's sprint finals. We'll have the women's team elimination, and then we go Derny racing. I know, we spoil you. It's just the way of it. Then we'll have our Derny for the men a little bit later on. We'll welcome back Michel Vartens at that point. We've got the women's sprint finals, the points race as well, we look forward to. The men's sprint, Kieran, likewise. Then it is the men's Madison team elimination, which is always a bit sketchy. Full of drama is what I mean. And then we go team sprinting with the United Kingdom versus the rest of the world, which always seems a bit unfair, especially with the stars that we have. But that's the nature of it. Time then to just re-engage with our points race, and it is now. Well, looking forward to this, I've got to say. Men's points race then is next on the agenda. They have shot the pigeon, so it is time to get ourselves back invested for this one. So they've already had a short Madison dash earlier on. They've got the big Madison crowd wave later on at the men. How much do they need to keep in the tank? Not quite sure. Let's see who is going to get busiest of all, shall we, out there. And right now, it is Team 8 that are going for it. This is Jamie Witcher who's giving it a go. This is from Canada. Pickerel and Witcher are indeed... they're full of vim and vigour, let's put it that way. And this is almost last chance saloon for them to get up and at it, as we say. But points race is very, very vital. We've seen some of the points as well that need to be garnered. As soon as you break 100 margins, or once you hit 100 points or 200 points, you automatically gain a lap. But you can gain a lap yourself while you're out there. And at the moment, the early hit with an intermediate sprint coming up in just a few moments' time, they're busy. So this points race, only 20 laps with 4 sprints. Here comes the first of them. 5 points going to Team 8. 3 points to Team 12 here. BioRacer doing a fantastic job. 2 going to Brookfield Properties, Team number 10. And indeed the last point going to Dornbos at the back here. Jana Dornbos. Jamie Witcher took it ahead of George Jackson. Witcher on 5 points, George Jackson on the Kiwi on 3, Navas on 2, and Jana Dornbos on the 1. And still they skirmish here. And these points races, I guess there are some teams here who are thinking, well, if the points go up the road to some of those who are further down the ranking, this is not too bad. You can almost treat it as a warm down from the first Madison and maybe a warm up for some of the duties that they're going to have a little bit later on. How's that feel about it? But right now we have a kick on here from Pickerel, and this is Jamie Witcher, I beg your pardon, for Cinnamon Cafe. Some will be involved in this sprint. It is not a Madison, this one. There's no exchanges. But it is our endurance points race, so 1 rider per team involved. Bell's just gone again, and so it is going to be Navas who takes this one ahead of Jamie Witcher. They're doing a great job. Just following in for 2 points there is Roy Efting Bloom. He checks over his shoulder. In fact, I beg your pardon, it's Callum Twelves. Looks over his shoulder and welcomes to the party Red 6, which is not a World War I fighter pilot. It's Oscar Winkler. Red 6. Bandits at 12 o'clock. It's just my mind. I have to live with it. You just guessed occasionally. Just looking further back. And there we are. This is how the points are stacked up at the moment, which are on 8 as it stands. Pack just getting back into this, but honestly, this quartet that are up the road, it kind of suits the favourites that this points race is going to be knocked back just a little bit. So it's the minor places that are up for grabs as we speak, as Brookfield Properties kick on here. This is nice work by Navas. He is running second in this points race as it stands. Just marking out, just marking time almost, you might say, are the Europeans with Jana Dornbos. Doesn't want to fully engage with the chase. In fact, he's just exchanged. And it looks like there might well be a cohesive argument behind that this is one that they don't want to fully embed with. Yuri Havik drifts up to the rail, gets himself back in. He's going to be super busy later on in the final Madison. I think that team number 4, are going to be brilliant. The Hobbses have been brilliant as well, Noah and indeed Henry. And likewise, I think there's, as I say, I think there seems to be a bit of cohesion. Winkler, Navas, Vitcher and 12s, it is that are sharing the duties at the moment. That was the last sprint. And so it is Witcher that picks up 10 points so far. Navas has also got 10, so both of whom have indeed points scored effectively here. We'll have a final sprint coming up for the points at the line where they double up. And I think 4 up the road is really to the liking of those who are further behind. And Havik, I think he's going to accidentally catch 2 of them. And when this happens, it's a bit like the breakaway during a standard road race. Once you catch the break, then all hell breaks loose because some big points up for grabs. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And BioRacer just powers into this one. It's Keegan Hornblow who's come up over the top, knowing that this is an opportunity. And equally so, wanting to join the fun. Ollie Wood suddenly lights it up. And this is where temptation starts to reign. And as a result, Roger Kluger gets interested. He's not going to get any points, however. All the points going off up the road. And 2 points ultimately were taken by Ollie Wood. That was a nice bit of clever riding late on. Nothing going the way of Colnago and Kluger and Roger Kluger, who is racing this one. Wiggins will, I believe, be out a little bit later on. So this is just 1 from each of the Madison teams. After this, it'll be sprint finals. Navas takes the 10 there. George Jackson 6. Ollie Wood gets 4. Of course, it was doubled at the line, so apologies for that. And Jamie Witcher gets the 2. It means that Ollie Wood actually picked up 4 points out of that, which is going to be very, very handy. Finishing 5th for that one, but Navas doing it for Spain. Great Britain's Jamie Witcher ahead of George Jackson of New Zealand and Oscar Winkler of Denmark. Real proper international feel to indeed that finish. Well, the velodrome nice and full here. We're going to hear from our points winners in a few moments' time, and then we will be having our sprint finals. So we'll wait to talk to those who've just been on duty.
Performance there. Can we please discuss the fight between you and Jamie? What's going on there?
Well, I suffer a lot trying to close the gap, and I really enjoyed this race.
I bet you did. Do you think it would be a lot easier?
No, I suffer a lot. I don't know. Yeah, I'm so happy to win the points race.
Amazing. Well, we're so lucky to have you here, especially being a Spanish national champion. Have you enjoyed your time at the London 3-Day?
Yeah, I enjoy a lot of time. Yeah, this event is incredible.
Amazing stuff. I'll let you catch your breath now, but congratulations and thank you so much. A massive round of applause for O'Hara. Hello.
This is how it stacks up overall in the general classification. Havoc and Heinen on 217, they're on the lead lap. Kliger and Wiggins on 211. Donbos and Hoppershek on 198. That's two clear of Tidball and Charlton, as you can see. But there's a lap separating them as well. So Tidball and Charlton really need to get busy on the final chase a little bit later on. Hesses and Wood waiting to pounce as well. Time for some sprint finals then. Let's do this. Derny Napolitano up against Jan Porashek. This will be to be declared fifth in the sprint competition for today. And so it is that Drop Project Brewing with Derny Napolitano embed themselves and go for it. Oh, you know what? Sometimes you get the great, sometimes you get the good, and sometimes you just get yourself a gift. And we've got one right now. Brookfield Properties.
Hi, how are you?
It's Phil Heinen. What are you doing wearing this?
Yeah, it's a bit cold over here.
You're just borrowing. Phil, you're riding with Yuri Havoc. You must be learning an awful lot from a man who essentially is one of the greats of the sport. Not saying you're not so yourself, 3 times a European bronze medalist, elimination points and the rest of it. It's a joy to have you. It must be great to be here and ride with Yuri.
Yeah, of course, and he's a 2-time world champion, and also in the Madison he's one of the best, maybe the best in the world. And he has so many 6 days done, and it's great to ride with him. Yeah, coming back to London is also really great.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you here, mate. And been loving the way you've been riding. Super aggressive as well with Yuri. You're a super pairing. We're just dealing with our sprint finals here. This is after the Flyers a little bit earlier on. So cagey stuff, of course. Do you do much sprinting yourself?
No.
Yeah,
really.
well, you know, I can't track stand either. As you can see, I did my... I did my AC a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, it's my own fault. Let's deal with these guys, and then we'll hear more from, indeed, my pal here, Phil Heinen, in a few moments' time. Down the back straight, and it is Porashek that's on the chase at the moment. Napolitano is in his sights. He's going to come up onto his shoulder. He's going to get this. Oh, Napolitano just holds him off. It's by a wheel in the end. And we'll be teeing up and setting up for the next pairing in just a few moments' time. Well, that will be for 5th place in the sprint competition today as it stands at the moment. Phil, this schedule that you've got, I know it's only 3 days, but it's almost like we took the best 3 days of the 6 and then compressed everything. And the way you approach it must actually be slightly different to a 6. You kind of have to compress your mind, really, don't you?
Yeah, and you have... Like in a normal 6 day, you save energy in some races, of course. And here it's every race full gas, short format. And yeah, points are so valuable that you cannot, do something stupid.
Yeah, you can't afford to leave anything
to
chance.
And yesterday morning we did. We made like the middle mistake in the team elimination, and you see immediately the team's closing up, and yeah, you don't have that much days to do something good.
Well, we've got an eliminator coming up after this. I know that you're going to be busy. Are you heading off for your Derny race a little bit later?
No, after the Derny. I don't do Derny today.
So okay, cool. That's good news. Okay, so maybe you can drop us in with some thoughts on the eliminator.
Yeah.
Because that's where good luck or bad luck actually plays a hand in multi-day racing like this. You can't actually nail everything, can you? And luck is very much part of the sport.
Yeah, and even in team elimination, for example, you ride with 2, and you make different decisions, and yeah, that's really hard sometimes. But yeah, for example, me with Yuri took bronze at Worlds, and then you know he's good in elimination as well. So
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Right then, right now we have Genaway Tang, who is facing down Harry Lenningham Hall. Now, this should go the way of Harry, but don't take anything away from Genaway Tang, part of the US Sprint program. And, of course, with Los Angeles starting to loom large in everybody's minds, he's got some rush room, gets into the tunnel, goes up to blue. He's on the three-quarters. He could get the slingshot off. This could be a surprise. Is Tang going to get up for it? Can't get there. And at the three-quarter bike, winning margin here. It, of course, goes to Harry Lenningham Hall. That's what the crowd wanted to see. But that was a feisty one. You know, the difference between winning and losing in sprint can be so marginal, can't it?
Yeah, yesterday I saw a photo finish. It was so close.
It can get there. In fact, you kind of wonder to yourself, really, what the degree of separation is. But getting that extra percentage. You know, we talk about Harry Livraisen and the fact that someone like that comes along once in a lifetime, and someone like Jeffrey Houlan thinks, why did it have to be in my lifetime?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. We talk a lot about that. And he's always like, then I'm second all the time, and maybe I'm the guy with the most second medals, you know?
The new Raymond Poulidor of track.
On the track, yeah.
Yeah, who knows? Meanwhile, the soft shoes are just indeed not disturbing the track, just making sure everybody is ready. And next up, well, we have here a bit of a bruising encounter. Matt Richardson has essentially, he's turned himself into a bit of a bully, which is great for us to watch, but I'm not sure it's great for those who have to face him. Pete Mitchell is a veteran, 35 years of age, but last year was national sprint champion at the age of 34. So he's got a year more experience, I think you might say, but he's facing Matt Richardson. Born in Maidstone in Kent, went off to Australia. Now he's come home. He's now racing for Britain, took a silver in the team sprint, and of course comes up against the erstwhile Harry Livraisen in the Worlds when it comes to the silver, it comes to the Kieran. How do you get around him? Well, he is the world record holder at the Flying 200 as well, is Matt Richardson. He's going extremely quickly. I guess for him, if he's still got his head down under, then this is summertime.
Yeah, that's true. When I go outside now, it's a bit cold. But,
yeah, exactly. So let's see what he can do. Maybe he's kind of got that mid-season mentality. Let's have a look. Matt Richardson certainly likes to bully, and he starts to build up the pace. He's in crushing mode at the moment, and he can drop off high banking like this. He can also power his way around, but this is good work here by Pete Mitchell, just holding him up onto the barriers. Mitchell's trying to get a flyer here. Matt Richardson's going to use the geometry of the track, and look at this rush into the aero tunnel he comes. Has he left it too late? That's the big question. He's going to try and power up and over the top. It's going to be close, but he gets there. And indeed, by just over a bike length by the time this unwound, and he was already celebrating with about 10 meters to go. What a guy.
Big balls. To do that, huh? You never know what's going to happen.
You never know. Well, he has, I don't know what that was. I don't know what he was juggling there, but I think he's responding to your comment.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he can hear it this time. But he got surprised 2 days ago, right? In the sprint once. So
exactly. Not going to let that happen again. Well, that's fantastic. We're going to see them firing T-shirts into the crowd in a few moments, which gives us a chance to unpick your mind. What's your next project after this one? Oh, just let's deal with this. Here's your sprint overall, 215 points for Matt Richardson. He's clear underway on this one. Pete Mitchell, nearest man to him, with Harry Lenningham Hall. So Brits 1, 2, and 3. Later on, we're going to have a battle between Britain and the rest of the world. So Tan, Porishek, and Napolitano. They've got to think how they're going to defeat the Brits here. I think they might need to use one of those police road stingers.
Maybe they do.
I think that's the only way back here, but good to see. So there's a little bit of a break here, which gives us a chance to pick the mind of Philip Bussin next to me. Points race is coming up a little bit later. We'll deal with that when we get there. The life of a trackman these days, track athletes, there's always a great fraternity, it seems. We're going to have a parade of our world champs in a few moments' time. But I mean, there's a great fraternity, isn't there, that you all travel around with? I love it.
Yeah, it's really nice to do it, and I'm also on a road team, so that's I travel with the road team in the summer, and then in the winter I go to every 6 day there is, and yeah, the rest is not that much, and at home I'm also not that much. I think last year I was 240 days from home. So
Good Lord.
yeah, traveling the world is nice.
Yeah, I used to be 7 months away, but we do an awful lot of remote. It's a pleasure to be here at the Lee Valley VeloPark, formerly of the Olympics. Don't celebrate and do a skateboard, for goodness sake. That's not what we want. But it's our world champions who are on display at the moment, including Moritz Augustine, actually. I think we had a chat with him yesterday, who is now a scratch world champion. But, yeah, I mean, ultimately, the rainbow bands, any coming your way?
I hope so.
So
I
do
was
I.
maybe close this year, only half a lap I needed to gain. But, yeah, chasing the dream still. So that's also really nice.
Yeah, it is. And it's great that we've got such a great roster, which you, of course, are part of. Yeah, Jori Havik, 15 times, 15 six-day titles to his name. That is something else. And, of course, he indeed got his world champs bands, didn't he? Winning the Madison, what was it, 2 years ago now?
Yeah, 2 years ago with Jan Willem van Schip.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was really nice for them. And also a nice reward for Jori, I think, after so many years of hard work.
Agreed.
And
yeah,
15 6 days is a lot. We
yeah,
cannot do that anymore.
A hell of a lot. Kenny de Kettler was pretty similar as well. It was great to see him finally getting his rewards as well. Roger Kluger, of course, is here. 39 years of age. That I'm just working it out. That gives you another 14 years of busyness.
I was talking with him yesterday. I said, when did you take your first world jersey? And he said, 33. And I said, that's I still have time to do it. So yeah,
there you go. Well, it's terrific to have you here. In terms of the facilities here
during the London 3-day right now.
Yeah, it's an amazing event. Been a bit tired, to be honest, but you know, this is an amazing crowd tonight. It's really getting us through the last day.
100%, and now you represent Team Great Britain, of course, and we are huge fans of you. Congratulations at the World Champs. What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was my second World Champs and my first Olympic medal, and yeah, just a great experience. It was really good.
Incredible stuff. We'll let you catch your breath, but thank you very much. A massive round of applause, please, for all our medalists and World Champions.
That's right, yeah.
There's so many people, and or 6,000 people in it every night, and it's so small, and you think like, whoa, this is crazy. And for example, in Ahoy, in Rotterdam, there will be 12,000 people in the stadium, but you don't get the stadium full. So it's a way different atmosphere.
Yeah, the roar that you get, and some of the bigger velodromes. Did you ever get to St. Petersburg?
No.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal thing.
I wanted to go, but then
the banking there is the steepest, I think, in all of track cycling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the geometry is completely crazy, and you get some. I mean, if we ever get to go and play with it again, that would be a wonderful thing. But yeah, the world of cycling, 6 days used to have a far more compact track, and they used to say a 250 you couldn't gain a lap. But the likes of you and Jori Havik, you mentally, I don't know whether you've kind of adjusted to that fact, but it seems more than doable.
Yeah, you need to pick the right moment, of course,
if
the peloton slows down, or sometimes you just have to go for it and see what's happening.
Exactly, but you as a pairing, you seem to be more adept and happy to really go for it and take a flyer.
We know
almost early.
It's important to ride a race where you can attack and you're always in front of the rest.
Yeah.
Because if you're behind, you always have to chase. So now we are in front for 2 days already, and they have to pick up the pace and the points. So then we can lean back sometime. That's really nice. Yesterday evening we needed to ride defensively, but yeah.
Well, we're dealing with the women's Madison Eliminator right now. We've had the bell, so next time by, somebody is going to get trimmed off the back here. This used to be called, in the United Kingdom anyway, the Devil. The devil take the hindmost. Was it the same?
It's scary sometimes, huh?
Yeah, and it can be. And in fact, if you find yourself at the bottom of the track, you're going to get yourself into a little bit of bother, and that's already happening. Team 4 here, Endeavour. And that's Josie Knight has been trimmed off the back, so she and indeed Megan Barker will take a bow. I think that's possibly to save themselves for the Madison a little bit later on. That didn't look like they were worried about going out early.
I think they were saving as well. So.
Brilliant. Well, we're just going to be joined in a few moments' time by Nia Evans. One last question before you go.
Yeah.
Are you going to win?
Well, we still have 100 left chase, and yeah, we will see. We try our best, and yeah, we go all in like yesterday.
I am rooting for you.
Okay.
Phil Heinen, great rider, partner of Yuri Havoc, and one of the favourites here to take this London 3. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
See you
Have
again
a nice
soon.
day.
Wow, there we are. Fantastic. They're queuing up here, and I'm hardly surprised. Let's have a look at the line, and it is, I'm afraid, Julie van der Molen and Brandbach who've gone off the back here. And it's time for us to welcome back Nia Evans. Hello.
Hello.
Busy. We're starting to see just a few teams here possibly pulling the pin and saving themselves for the big chase at the end of the day.
Yes, I think day 3 of racing, legs are beginning to get a little bit tired. They know they've got the big chase coming up, grand finale. It's going to be in the back of everyone's mind. I think, Josie and Meg, a little bit of insider knowledge that Meg's not feeling so good, so I think they deliberately went, right, we're not going to get drawn into this elimination race and we'll save ourselves for the final.
Makes sense.
It does, and that's the thing with the 3-day racing. It's not just about the standalone event, it's looking at the bigger picture and the overall result.
Exactly. Ooh, hello. I think Team 3 it is that's been trimmed off the back here. And in fact, it's Charot and Lloyd. That's a bit of a surprise. There will be some that are gunning for this. Others just taking a more balanced approach and thinking we have to preserve our energy. And that's exactly what Nia is referring to. So Lloyd and Charot, I think they might be surprised by that. We'll get the call. Sometimes it takes a while to clear the track. And as a result, we have a slightly expanded here because it's double riding, of course, with Madison chasing. It's going to be the bell this time by. We will see who gets trimmed off next. Bell has the bell rung? I think they're still trying to. They've held it because they're still trying to clear the track of those who've been declared. We get that occasionally.
We do, unfortunately, because sometimes the elimination can be so close on the line, it can be very difficult to call. And as a rider, you think you've done enough and you're safe, and in fact, you're not. And you're so focused on moving up and being in a good position for the next elimination, you're not actually aware that you've been called out.
They used to have light beacons on the bars. I never was quite sure whether that would help because it's so busy out there, you barely notice it.
Well, that's it. And because we're not used to actually riding with that in front of us, we're not looking at that. We're looking at, there's so much happening around you. And it tends to be you're looking at the wheels in front of you and, as I said, moving up and being in a better position. Because if you've been called out, it's because you've been at the back. And as soon as you have that kind of scare, you work really hard to move forward and you're not looking around and you're not looking on top of your handlebars.
It always happens. There's always going to be questions. I always think that you come out of an elimination race and there's always somebody who's really fed up. Right now, Cinnamon Cafe look like... Oh, I tell you what, that may have been Abus, Team 7 that just lost out there on... And in fact, it is Holland Colton. That is a surprise.
It is, and I think that's such a good example of the elimination race of, they'd have been coming into that sprint thinking they were in quite a good position. But just when you're stuck at the bottom of the track, even though you've got the legs to go forward, if there isn't the space there, you do often see that someone coming over the outside can just squeeze you on the line.
You can also be held further down the track as well by somebody who's maybe cruising the blue line. And in that regard, that's really where the bitterness sets in.
Yes, sometimes you see a deliberate decision of like, this person could move and let me out, and they deliberately don't. So it's kind of tactics within tactics.
Love seeing that. Right, Team 1 are in trouble here. Let's have a look. In fact, I think the gift is that Cinnamon Cafe have just been found out here. So Rugovic and Barnikova indeed get the walk this time by. And sometimes it's... I've noticed that Katie quite often is prepared to play with fire at the back. But as soon as she gets that ultimate wake-up call, she cruises to the front like, right, had enough of this. I'm not going to burn any more energy trying to stay in this. I'm just going to lead it.
Yeah, so it's interesting because she quite likes poaching at the back. And if you've got the legs to do it, it is good because you can assess the situation. You can see exactly what everyone's doing in front of you. And so long as you've got space to come over the outside, absolutely fine. But it is quite a costly way of doing it. So you'll see her kind of doing that for a while, and then as the numbers get slimmed down, she tends to move forward and plays it a little bit safer.
Team 5 in trouble, Gulick and Zubris. Just missing out, and again, that wall of riders that Nia was talking about, exactly on display right there. Avis Consulting, team number 6, actually, just sort of circulating at the back here. They are potentially in a little bit of bother. In fact, I don't think it was they that were declared. Find out in a few moments' time. No, they are still active. Meanwhile, Brookfield Properties in the green look like they might be in trouble. I tell you what, looking at Romy Casper at the bottom of the track, just making an exchange here, just giving a bit of impetus to Francesca Browser. She's not going to hang around here. She's going to blast through to the front. A little bit of a double check by Full Gas Cycling here. Sharp and Lister feeling that they may well have been on the bubble, knowing that there is a team behind them, and indeed it is Team 6 that goes. Avis Consulting, they were kind of hanging off the back, so Temmen and Triels indeed take the walk. This is actually quite one of the calmest, I've got to say, eliminators that we've seen here so far. And I think that's possibly because everyone knows what the duty is later on.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit self-selective of you're seeing the riders who've got better legs, who are probably more experienced Madison riders, they're coming to the front, and the ones who are feeling the fatigue a bit more, they've unfortunately departed earlier. So it's just meant that it's been quite a safe race, really.
Those who don't get mentioned, it's because they're riding strongly. And Katie Archibald has come to the front here. She and Sophie Lewis riding absolutely brilliantly. And in fact, she's not messing around right now. And next to exit is BioRacer, Tracker and Robinska. They are now declared. And so we're down to 4. And this is where it gets very, very cagey. Somebody is, if you ever own chickens, you know that one of them gets really bullied. It's where we get henpecked from. Somebody here is going to get bullied. And at the back, as you say, getting a good scan of everything is Katie Archibald, but you've got to believe she's got the power to get herself out of trouble.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to work against her is the fact that you've got some changes just happening. So fresh legs coming in, but she's just about to get her change. So if they nail that, they should be okay.
There it is. Beautiful exchange. And indeed, the team that's going to struggle is Full Gas Cycling here. Nowhere to go. 3 in front. Can't come up over the top, but may well just save themselves and does. Goodness me. Porton and Escalara at the very last there. Just running out of gas, I think you might say, as Full Gas Cycling make it count. We're down to 3.
Well, I think we saw that they got their change in quite early. So it then meant that they'd actually been their active racer, had been in for 2 and a bit laps, whereas everybody else did their change a little bit later. And that's the tricky thing with Madison elimination of, optimizing the time of the change to get the freshest legs, but also not leaving too much too late.
Check this out. A bit of a lockdown as we come to the bell here. Not going to like that, Team 2. Archibald is being exchanged in right now. Super fresh legs. And watch this drive. Crowd favourite. Comes up over the top and the roar. Absolutely magnificent. Not going to miss out here, and I guarantee Katie Archibald is just going to kick on right now. She's given to doing this, just making sure that this is her own. In fact, she's going to ease off here and just invite a contest. Looks back and says, still interested? Browser and Casper have gone. Katie Archibald is still out here, and because of the extended Madison laps that we get between the eliminations, she's going to wait up here in the full belief that she is going to have the beating of Grace Lister or Izzy Sharp, depending on who she is up against in a short while. This is almost bullying.
No, it's fine. It's competition.
Exactly.
It's interesting just seeing a slightly different dynamic, because it is the Madison of, we know Katie, that if that had been a standalone elimination, she would have just gone. But with the Madison, it kind of came off, set up for that final change, and then Sophie's just finished it off beautifully.
And there it is. She brings it home absolutely beautifully. Well, no doubt about it. Thanks to Nia Evans. Are we going to hear from you a little bit later, Nia?
Yes, I'll pop back up.
Brilliant. It'd be lovely to have you for the women's Madison, the big crowd favourite, or anything else you fancy along the way. So we have the men's Madison shortly, but we've got Derny racing in a few moments' time. After the women's Madison team elimination, which we've just enjoyed, we'll have the women's Madison points race as well. That's always a clip, isn't it?
Well, it's a really interesting one because it's a pretty short points race, and they sprint every 5, and it's really difficult to go for a sprint, recover, and go again for the next one. So it becomes really tactical about almost deciding that you're going to miss a sprint, but you could still get a lap gain. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of dynamics into it. It's a really concentrated race, and as a rider, it's full on.
Archibald and Lewis need a lap, actually, but they're on 297 points, and actually in 3 more points, they will get that lap automatically. So they won't really have to find it if, indeed, they can do the job during the points race. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is indeed the case. Well, thank you, Nia. We're going to have some interviews trackside, and we'll see you a bit later.
See you later.
Fantastic.
Inspiring the future. Love that. Let's give them another cheer. Do you have a quick catch up? Because I know you want to leave. But that was absolutely phenomenal, an absolute crowd pleaser. Can we talk tactics for a moment? What was going on?
Yeah, there's a lot of cogs turning for that final sprint. I wanted to leave it late so we could have a jump, but then it's trying to telepathically have that with your partner. That's everything about Madison. It's common knowledge. I think there would be a lot for Steven Pinker to dig into in Madison racing. It's I know that you know that I know that you know. And sometimes it works.
And today it really did. Sophie, you're picking up the telepathy very well. So I'm just going to turn you around to the camera there so they can see you all at home as well, online. Hello everyone at home. Talk to us about that too.
Yeah, I mean, we came in wanting to win that, and we did that to perfection. Made one slight mistake when I thought Katie was the purple team, and I just completely missed her, but we all live and learn.
100%, but easily done because you're going so fast. Everything must be a bless. You must have the best eyesight in the world.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Can we just turn the lights up a little bit?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And another big congratulations. What a day you both are having.
Simply the best. Can't argue with that. Thank you, DJ.
The Dernyman back out, which means, of course, that Michel Vartan joins us again. Always a joy. Yeah, this is where the track gets rather busy. We're going to hear the rumble in a short while. This is the last of our Derny races here at the London 3. Have you had a chat with any of them since you were with us half an hour ago or so?
Yeah, I had a chat with Ron Zeilert.
Go on, what did he say?
Well, he made the right move. He made the right tactics, you know.
Yeah.
And he saw them coming. He saw Vonhoff coming, and he had to hold him back, or up. Yeah. So that's why.
Super work.
And then I said to Vonhoff, yeah, you should have came a little faster. And then he agreed, and he said, okay, yeah, I should have went a little bit faster, and then I could get over Zeilert. But
it's a balancing act, isn't it?
yeah, it's timing. It's timing and,
totally.
and the feeling of speed. A lot of things are involved.
And the symbiosis, the relationship you have with your rider, and knowing what the rider's capability is behind you, it's vital.
That's the hardest part with the women, because they hardly race with the women. So it's really hard to adjust them. I mean,
I guess it depends on the racing program. There are fewer and fewer Derny races now, and it's hard to judge the capabilities of anybody who happens to be on your back wheel. Sure, we have some favourites, and I'm sure you've got some favourites right now. And we sometimes you really do get standout contenders. I'm very much looking forward to this because we've got Ben Wiggins, and he can't have done many of these at the age of 20. We're going to see how he goes.
Well, he should be able to do well, I think.
Who's he paired with for this one?
I think he's with Dagnoni.
With Dagnoni?
Yeah.
The Italian stallion, as he was known.
No, that was his brother.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It was.
He's now president of the Italian Federation. His brother.
Of course. I got the wrong Dagnoni. I beg your pardon. But keeping it in the family. Why not?
The stallion was his
He was known as the Italian stallion. There we are. So here are our pairings. Zeilard with Wiggins, is that correct?
Normally not. I think it's Danioni with Zeilat is riding with Augenstein.
Ah, okay.
Peter Bouwlein is riding with Volutas. Then Strassman is riding with Pickerel. And then James Holland, leader, is riding with Efting. Vonhoff is riding with Hopzak. And Bakker riding with Hesters. And Tony Cassidy is riding with Sam Fisher.
Right. Cassidy and Fisher, definitely. Let us wait and see. We will hand over the list and indeed get this one detailed for you in a few moments' time. So we will have this in just a few moments. So it is that we are paired up and ready to go racing right now, waiting. In fact, the gun has already fired and we're off and underway. 40 laps are going to disappear in almost the blink of an eye here. In fact, we're going to do 38 and we still haven't fired the gun by the looks of things. Still waiting for the countdown to complete. 38 is a strange number to start at, I've got to say. but there you go. It's Derny racing. We do what we like. I thought it was going to, in fact, they're going to adjust it. We are already racing by the looks of things. 2 more to go before they actually declare. But this is part of the settling in. It is a full 10 kilometres nonetheless.
Yes, it is 10 kilometers. It's not that long race, but it can be really intensive when they start off with a gun, you know.
Waiting for it then. 1 lap to go. Next time by, we're going to fire the gun, and there will be still 36 laps remaining. Coming up and over the top, Team 3 are here, the Drop Project boys. This is Vincent Hoppershek, who is busy. We see with Mario Van Hoff. Hoppershek?
Hopperzak
Yep.
is riding with Vonhoff, yes.
Yep, and there he is. He comes up and over the top, and that looks nice and smooth, I've got to say. It's an early bid coming from P4 to the front. And don't be surprised as he drops in. It looks like everyone's going to accept this position just for the time being. Some big names are a little bit further back. How indeed is Ben Wiggins going to do in this one? What would be your assumption here? He won't have had too many runs in Derny racing, but this will be fascinating to see how he goes.
Well, the thing is that Danioni doesn't have really much experience. That's a disadvantage. On the other side, Zeilat is more experienced, so it will be a tough race for both of them. So those are actually my 2 favorites: Augenstein as a European and world champion, and then Ben Wiggins. They're actually my favorites.
There we are. Ben Wiggins with Ron Zeilard, I believe.
No, right? Ben Wiggins is riding with Danioni.
Danioni, I beg your pardon. So Ben Wiggins is riding with Danioni as we speak. Right now, out front, it's our European champs and doing a good job of pacing the field. Got a little bit of separation here. Work to do, I'm afraid, for Brooks Cycles off the back here. There'll be a few, quite frankly, that find themselves with a deficit. Sam Fisher is off the back as we stand. Looking at Ben Wiggins still being driven into this one, kind of in settling mode at the moment with Christian Danioni, and he is in P5 as we speak. Team 3, Hoppershek with Mario Van Hoff, still doing a job of driving us home for the time being, but it's almost a holding pattern. Haven't gone up to full chat just yet, but the pace is, I feel, about to change. Getting a lot of separation off the back with the rear 2 here, I'm afraid. Just Jules Hesters. Now, he would have been somebody that I would expect to really fully invest in this one. He's got Herman Bakker as well, laid up just a little bit. What are you feeling about Jules Hesters? How's he going to roll?
Well, Jules Hesters. Jules is the last Belgium champion behind Derny in Belgium. And at that time, I was riding with him. So he should be able to do well in this race because he can ride really well behind the Derny.
I think so as well. If you were out there, Michel, you'd be the perfect pairing.
But I'm too old.
Yeah. Well, tell me about it. Yeah. carrying an ACL at the moment, and they've done a great job. And our medics here at the Lee Valley VeloPark very kindly brought me some ice packs, which I've been exchanging. rather beautifully. Thanks very much. Meanwhile, they're still dug in, but the European champs still holding station. Now, we saw earlier on in the women's Derny race that nobody, once you'd actually embedded yourself at the front, it was almost like an encampment went off up there. There was no change at the nose. Are we going to see the same here? Surely there's going to be more challenges this time by.
Yes, more to the end as well. But the problem also here is that they have to do a final Madison. They don't want to spend all their energy in this Derny race, and that's why they keep it on a high speed right now in the first part of the race. And then we will see after 20 laps they start to move around, and then the race will actually start.
We've got a proper complexion right now. I think the race is going to start in the next 3 laps. Somebody's going to have to make a move, especially from that that sort of midsection area that we're looking at right now. The European champion out in front here, Hoppeschek, more than pleased to drop into this position. Hoppeschek with Mario van Hoff is your man, doing it at the moment out front. And here comes the big screamer. Full gas racing up and over the top, and this is Jules Hesters. We said with his level of experience, he was in a holding pattern, just keeping himself out of the wind, and he's making a move. He's got no drop-in space though, so he's going to have to go really high, wide and handsome around the outside, and that's exactly what he is doing. Jules Hesters is on the march. We said he was going to be one of those to watch right now, and he with Herman Bakker on the back attack doing a job.
Yes, that's you see the difference when you get a really experienced pacer like Herman Bakker. He knows how fast he should go, and he knows how to put the throttle on the gas, you know.
Well, they have gone full gas right now with 17 laps to go, and they look comfortable in that regard. Coming up over the top as well, Team 9 are racing smoothly with Augustin and Ron Zeilard.
Yep, that's what it is. It's the expected mans are coming to the front, and also Dagnoni is going to try to make his move on the outside. So let's see what's that's going to bring.
And here we go. Around the outside, we've got two indeed with that are fully embedded. Team 9 making a big move here with Augustin and Ron Zeilard. Zeilard himself, extraordinarily competitive, and he wants a piece of the action here. Double check from just on the infield here, as Herman Bakker says, you're not going to get the front spot right now, and he just holds him in abeyance, and as a result, he just drops in behind. Also, Bakker doing a brilliant job of just making sure that he holds station here, not ceding anything. At that battle up front, the skirmish has led the big string just behind to kind of close the gap with 12 laps remaining. There could be some others that want to make a move here. Watch Ben Wiggins. He is currently in P4 and looks like he's got something left here to deliver. Christian Dagnoni is the man that's guiding him. He's just trying to find a way through at the moment in P4. If indeed Ben Wiggins does indeed make a move, you're going to hear the crowd go absolutely crazy in a few moments' time. They're double checking here. Could be getting ourselves a lockdown. Team 9 are kind of worried about it, and suddenly we get 3 wide as we come out of turn 4 here, and this is going to be reflected in the next series of corners as well. We've got some proper racing going on here.
Oh yeah, Peter Bauerlein is going with the European champion Big Motors to the front. So that's exciting.
Certainly is. Team 6 are making a move here. The consulting boys. This is Falutas and Peter Bauerlein, who've just nudged up and over the top. It's asking a big question of Team 14 here with Hesters and Herman Bakker. Yeah. Meanwhile, guess what? Ben Wiggins, and listen to the roar of the crowd. They are indeed loving this. He's in P3 at the moment. Coming up over the top, this is a big drive by Ben Wiggins to make a big move here. And, of course, this is going to count solidly for the overall as well. They're very, very close, kind of sniffing at the title as we speak, and now just drop into P2. Not happy with that. They want even more. Defensive move up onto the blue line, as you can see from the team just in front of them. Get out of our way. Let's go for this, says Ben Wiggins. He wants more pace. He's cause for more action. Come on, let's the whip hand. This is fantastic. And indeed, he asks for it and delivers. Peter Berline and Falutas just underneath him. But this is Ben Wiggins and Christian Danrioni. He's been whipping his journeyman up in front of him. He's clearly got something left in the tank here. This is great.
This is fantastic, eh? But watch Ron Zellert with Auenstein. They're still on the hunting down those two guys.
They certainly are, but Ben Wiggins wants a piece of this. He's got any more drive here. He's having to go the long way. Tuck in. We're going to go for it. That was the sign that we've just seen. Christian Danrioni says, stay on my wheel. We're going to give a little bit extra juice, and Ben Wiggins is more than happy to have that. The crowd loving this as well. Ben's still on the blue line. He's got enough time to make this count. He's got to drop in. It'll be the bell next time by. 2 to go, 1 to go now. Here comes the bell, and Ben Wiggins is going to get challenged here. This is fantastic. Just about takes the point. Can't drop down the track though, and we're going to be 3 wide into the final curve. Here we go. Who's going to get there? A big ask. Going to get to the line. Is he going to make it? Oh, what a steal at the very last. Absolutely superb. What great racing we have had here. Absolutely love it. Ben Wiggins denied by a very late push. Personal Bike Fit were going for this one. And indeed, they made it count. Augustine is a scratch race world champion, and he rode like one there. And both he and his journeyman punching the air. That was absolutely superb.
Yeah, that was a fine, fantastic race.
It's what Derny racing is all about, Michel.
Yeah, it is. It's not only the noise, it's also the way they race. And they make it really excited. And yeah, it depends on the pacer you have, if it's alert or not. But yeah, the small things will decide if you win or lose.
That was brilliant. Talk about leaving it late. Moritz Augenstein is a scratch race world champion, and the nature of scratch racing is you basically, it doesn't matter what you do within the race, whoever is up at the end, only the line counts. And he kind of invoked that mentality, didn't he? He brought it to this party.
Exactly. That's what he did.
That was a piece of class. You know, it's a pairing, isn't it? And you've got to pay tribute to our Derny pacer as well.
Yep. Good.
What are you going to say to him when you get downstairs?
What should I say? He did a nice race, a nice tactic, and perfect timing. And you see the difference between the more experienced pacers and less.
Moritz and Carsten, a huge congratulations. That was one of the most incredible races we have ever seen. That fight was unbelievable. Where did you come from?
I don't know. We were in a good position the last 5 laps, and then I think Ben and the other guy, Hungarian guy, was battling a bit, and then we had some corners left in our tank, and then we attacked in the last lap, and it went really well.
It did go very well. It was game on, wasn't it?
It was difficult because we had the first attack for 10 laps before ending, and that didn't succeed. And I asked him, I looked for him. I think we tried in the last 2 rounds, but the first 2 guys are in front of us, and Wiggins was very strong, and I think we won with centimeters.
It was absolutely centimeters. A sensational performance. Moritz, you're feeling pretty good. You've had a great London 3-day.
Yeah, of course, it was very nice. So much spectators here. It was a very good atmosphere now, and I hope for some good last races today.
Absolutely, we can't wait to see you doing them, and congratulations. What a way to finish your season. Thank you.
And this is how it stacks up. Kluger and Wiggins are leading. They're on 226 points. They are on the lead lap. 3 teams are. Havok and Heinen We spoke to Phil a little bit earlier on. They've got battle plans in place for later on this evening. 217 points also on the lead lap. 204 is Dornbos and Hoppershack. And in fact, if you look at the points assembly, it is honest here. By that I mean that those on the lead lap, busting through the 200, have actually achieved that status. Excuse me. Shall we indeed have ourselves some sprint finals? This is what we're dealing with. It's the women's sprint final for you. Still to come, by the way, we have the women's Madison points race. That's 4 sprints crammed into 20 laps. We'll have the men's sprint Kieran for you as well, with 6 lapper, of course. That grand finale where luck plays a part, of course. Team elimination we still have for the men's Madison. And then we will have the UK versus the rest of the world sprint competition, both men's and women's. Expecting a Union Jack lockout in that one. And then, of course, we get the 2 big ones to finish off proceedings here for this wonderful London 3. That will be the women's Madison and the men's Madison. Women's Madison will be over 80 laps. The men's Madison due to be over 100, but as we always get to time, that may be adjusted. It's always the case. But I think we'll get the full 100. I think we've not had too much interruption, and let's hope that that indeed remains the case. Right now, it's Jenny Tang who is up against, I beg your pardon, Sarah. I don't know where I got Jenny from. Sorry to get away. We have Sarah Pertikova. It's been a long one. Against Iona Muir right now. And we've got ourselves a track stand, which, of course, we absolutely love. Crowd love it too. Ripple of applause ringing out. It's kind of what we do. Well, Iona Moya is doing a great job of this. Haven't had anyone whistled off just yet, but I imagine the timekeepers are going to declare this, because otherwise the gun goes and they have to start again. And nobody wants that. And so they move away judiciously. Our official just looks at the stopwatch and thinks, yeah, all's fair. And so it continues with Iona Moya doing a good job here of just maintaining the front. Meanwhile, just tagging along here. More than that is Pertikova. Pertikova is going to try and get the drop in. She's just using the banking here as we go to what will be the finish line in a few moments' time. This is feisty, actually, really nicely balanced. And Pertikova comes up and over the top. Iona now with some work to do, but can she get up off the curve here? Might just get there at the line. Ooh, that's a photo. That is a photo, and I believe that Iona Moya has actually just taken it at the very last from Pertikova, but we'll get confirmation in a few moments' time. Then Pertikova it was that held off Iona at the very last. That was a good battle, one of the closest that we've seen in our sprint competition. I like that. And good for personal bike fit, and Sarah Pertikova there. Very feistily fought for. And acknowledgement from Iona Moya here just to say thank you for the battle. Good to see. They'll be back out for the Britain versus the rest of the world skirmish a little bit later on. Next up, busy dealing with this. We have from Team 4, this is Profster, Alicia Catriona Profster, 8 times European champion, the 24-year-old. Junior World Sprint and Kieran champion for Thread Racing, team number 4 in the white. Up against Miriam Vecce, who's a very clever rider, I've got to say. And under 23 European champion, of course, on 2 occasions. And 16 times an Italian champion sprinter as well. So she knows her way around a velodrome, and I suspect that this will be lit up for you fairly shortly. Let's wait and see. just playing a cagey one. This is great. We've seen a couple of these. We'll have Sophie Capewell against Emma Finucane a little bit later, but as it stands, this is Propster versus Vecce, and this will be for, indeed, third place in this particular sprint heat. Let us wait and see. Cages are like both down on the Côte d'Azur. Used to be called the carpet back in the day. And are we going to get a track stand? Well, the crowd being spoiled with some of this very, very cagey racing. The sun just venting its way through. Some of just creeping its way through here. Just getting towards the late afternoon, in wintertime anyway, in these parts. Drops underneath, just a little shilly-shally, goes up to the rail. Now, what's Vecce got here? Is she going to use gravity as her friend? And I think she does so. She just goes into that aero pocket. Now, has she got the drive to come up and over the top? Good response here from Propster. Going to be another photo here at the line. And just getting up here was Vecce. Nice work. Well, a clever rider. And make sure it's third place for her in this race. Next up, set to race, Emma Finucane, nearest to the rail. Silver in the Keirin in the World Championships. Team sprint Olympic gold medalist, of course, and twice a world champion at the sprint. What can she do right now? Just 22 years of age with a massive future. Likewise, Sophie Capewell. They've passed a few platitudes between the pair of them. Under 23 European sprint champion this year. Don't forget Sophie. Bronze at the Europeans as well at the Madison. They have gongs between them, and somebody's going to ring one right now, and it ain't for dinner. Let's see. Finucane versus Capewell. Capewell in the red, Finucane in the blue, and let us see. This is super cagey. You know, every single one of these sprints on this final day have been exactly that. It shows you just how well balanced the women's competition is. Got to say, Matt Richardson looks like he's just having his own party and nobody else is invited at the moment, but we will see a little bit later on when the sprinters, of course, get themselves back out and we have the UK versus rest of the world. Matt just leaving his own teammates behind when he drove before. Great track stand. Emma Finucane looks less comfortable here than Sophie Capewell. In fact, she's first to break, so she will indeed take the point. Sophie Capewell making one. She's drawn her erstwhile teammate to the fore, both for Team GB, of course, but now best of enemies, I think you might say, at this point. Capewell then just stalking Finucane, and Emma won't like this. Sophie in the red, is she going to re-exchange here? Well, that was so now she wants to go underneath and indeed hold Finucane up for the longest way around. They're just about to come around to take the bell right now, and Sophie Capewell's playing a real series of mind games here. What can Emma Finucane in the blue do about it? That's the big question. Well, now she's got the drop down, and this will give a great impetus. There's an aero pocket for her to fire into, but she left it too late, and it looks like that way. Sophie Capewell looks like she might well hold on to it. Emma Finucane going to come up over the top. Oh, and she steals it. Brilliant work. Brilliant work, I've got to say. Emma Finucane, no panic. Makes it count out the line and gets the applause of the crowd, who are more than appreciative of a great battle there. That was super. Super work by Emma Finucane. Sophie Capewell really tried to outthink her on that one, and it was a nice and cagey affair, I've got to say. Some good riding by both of these two, but ultimately Emma Finucane looks like our sprint champion on 225 points. Sophie Capewell on 187. They well clear of Miriam Vetch, who's moved into third place on 138. Confirmation of how that pans out for the sprinters overall. We will have a UK versus rest of the world, but we have ourselves a sprint champion. We've got the Kieran still to come, of course, for the men. But the women's sprinters, they will have those bragging rights a little bit later on. I can't see that changing anything because it's UK versus rest of the world. Emma Finucane has done it. What about that, Nia Evans?
I mean, she's such a fantastic sprinter. It's hardly a surprise.
It kind of looks effortless, doesn't it?
She does make it look so easy. And, you know that it isn't, but she's such a good bike rider and just so crafty as a sprinter. Sophie obviously pushing her pretty hard there, but she looked in control the whole time.
It's her souplesse as well. She looks sinuous on a bike. It's like it's, the human and the machine. It's hard to separate them when she's on track.
Yeah, I think, sometimes you see someone riding a bike and it just looks so fluid. It's such a effortless exertion for them. And she's one of those riders where some people, you can see the power that they are pushing through the bike, and it just doesn't look quite as fluid.
Time then for a points race. Now this is always short and sharp. 20 laps, but 4 sprints within it. Now in the men's race earlier on, we kind of saw a few pulling the pin, kind of keeping something back for what is going to be the big Madison at the end. This is so close, to be honest, to the big one. I'm actually wondering whether we might get an unusual result for this one. What do you think?
Yeah, it could go one of two ways. You could get everyone thinking, don't want to get too drawn into it, save the legs for the big Madison chase, but also it is a good opportunity to go for a flyer, like, seeing right now. I was actually just speaking to Katie, and she is pretty up for it, so there could well be fireworks.
Well, I like that. I like the fact that you've given us an inside line here. Right now, this is Clémence Chéreau that has gone off the front. So this is something of a surprise considering the roster that we've got here. No disrespect intended at all, but this is the drive that we are seeing. And they're going to hang handsome, I think, out front with the first of our intermediate sprints coming up very, very shortly. They almost fall like an avalanche, don't they, these sprints?
Yeah, because it sprints every 5, it really changes the dynamic of the race. And everyone has in the back of the mind that it's double points in the final sprint. So there isn't really time to go hard, recover, and then be in a good position for the final sprint. So I think what you're going to see is everyone wants everybody else to chase, but nobody really wants to invest the effort. So whether she's going to have the legs to actually get a lap, it'll be interesting to see.
The big balance, of course, for those chasing is that if you lead the chase, all you're doing is giving a tow to somebody behind you. And we're seeing that as Team 9 do a great job here with Clémence Chéreau coming across the line. Little bit of a skirmish between Full Gas Racing here. And indeed, guess who? Katie Archibald is out here. Apparently, the watchword is that she's well up for it. According to Nia Evans. I think she's hungry to do it in front of a crowd, and she's on great form at the moment, isn't she?
She's on fantastic form. She loves racing. She loves racing in front of a good crowd and putting on a bit of a display, like all riders do. We all like it when the crowd gets involved and starts cheering. And she was actually doing the maths for the overall standing. Got it wrong. I did correct her on that one, but I think going into it, she thought that they were farther back. So she had already got herself psyched up that this is going to be a hard race because she wanted to get a good result from it. So I don't think, she's not going to be content to just sit back and not get involved.
So it is Endeavour that's gone up the road here, and this is Josie Knight, actually another great rider, I've got to say. Good to see her here. Very much been part of the GB scene, and of course has knocked down quite a few. Twice a world champion, twice a British champion, and 3 times a European champion. So she loves the blue and gold, I think it's fair to say. Let us see how she goes on this one, and nobody's still tempted. And in fact, I'm actually looking. She's very close at hand to getting sight of the back of the pack. down the straights here. In fact, she's over half a lap up here.
Yeah, she was a little bit unfortunate there because of the sprint, the whole peloton's like picked up the pace, but they're now going to probably sit back and relax a little bit, which will give her a bit more of a chance to get on the back. And she is such a good pursuit rider that if someone's going to be left out to grovel around to get a lap, she's very good at doing that. They came out early in the elimination, so her legs will be quite a lot fresher than some of the other riders.
Katie Archibald came through for, indeed, the secondary points here, and she is the one that's driving on, and I think might well just kill this off, the ambitions of gaining a lap. The 10 points might still be up the road, but honestly, 8 laps remaining, and Katie's eased off. She's almost said, all right, I'm not going to break your heart this time, bye. But Josie Knight is still out there, but she's starting to flag just a little bit. She was over half a lap up, and yeah, still remains so, I've got to say. She's hit her marks. She's picked up a lapped rider here. Francesca Zelva out there is just going to tag onto her coattails just a little bit. She's going to get more of a sight of this. There's another intermediate coming up. Now, the 5 points will, of course, go to Josie Knight, but there's still points, and important ones, up for grabs for those behind. So there is going to be a pace up, I'm afraid. There aren't 2 up the road. The Drop Project Brewing Company rider here, which is Francesca Zelva, the Italian, is not where she wants to be. So here we go. This are going to be, those points have now dissipated. We'll get the points result from that intermediate, but we've got the big ones still, of course, up ahead of us. Josie Knight takes 5, Browser takes 3, Van der Molen takes 2, Colleen Gulick took the 1. No points there for Katie Archibald, but she's where she needs to be. She's flicking the arm out here, but others have decided they're going to feast upon the majority of the points. Still, Josie Knight is up there. She may well take 10, and this is what I was saying to you earlier on. It may be a surprise result because, frankly, everyone's been leading on Katie Archibald here. They've obviously heard that she was going for it. They can quite clearly see that's the case. And now she said, no, not doing it. I'm going to get the points that I need later on.
Yeah, she's obviously decided she doesn't want to just drag everybody around and give them a free ride. For the overall standings, she'll be quite happy if Josie gets the overall win from this race. So she, as much as she will have wanted to win it, she'll also not be disappointed that it's Josie that's going to, by the looks of it, get the overall.
I'm just looking at Josie Knight, wondering whether she might actually tag on for a lap gain here. It's on the final lap. She is going to take the gun and indeed delivers the 10 points there. Didn't bother with the lap, but look at this. Katie Archibald suddenly springs into life, and in fact, she is tagged on to indeed take those 6 points. Beg your pardon. Excuse me, just clearing my throat. Izzy Sharp could do with the cough button on this microphone. Maybe next year. But there we are. Katie did score points here, doing a job, but Josie Knight getting an absolute rackful. Katie Archibald taking 5 points out of this sprint. Josie Knight with 11. Cheryl got 5. Katie Archibald 5. That was nicely done. And Katie Archibald not going to be anyone's fool out there. I'm not doing the racing for you, is what she was saying. But a very brave Josie Knight like that.
Yeah, and this is a nice thing with the racing over several days of, yes, I've got a standalone event. Katie's thinking about the overall and the bigger picture, whereas Josie, the team's farther down, so she's gone, this is my opportunity to pick up a result for myself. And, let the fast attack go, waited a little bit, and then she went, and then it was full commitment. And because the rest of the bunch was so busy waiting to see what Katie was going to do, Josie was able to go away, and as you say, she nearly got the lap. It didn't really matter in the overall because she got the 10 points and enough intermediate sprints.
There it is. Excuse me, I think we're going to hear from Josie Knight in a few moments' time. She gets the flowers. They've come up with double flowers, so she's got one for each hand. That's always nice.
You get 2 bouquets this time. definitely got to get the picture for the gram for the family. Josie Knight, I've been looking forward to finally catching up with you at some point this weekend. You are a phenomenal British rider with Olympic medals, World Champion medals. How good does it feel to be you right now?
Yeah, fantastic. My partner's a bit sick today, so we've been just like managing expectations as we go through. So it was nice to get my own opportunity. But I didn't really want to go alone. Like when I went, I was like, surely someone's going to come with me. So it was a very long race out front.
Absolutely, Emma. So tactically, you know, Meg wasn't missing out on the first Madison for no reason, because actually you managed to win this one too. Do you reckon it preserves some of your energy?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, we just got make it through the last one now and finish a good weekend.
Absolutely, we should be very proud of yourselves. We sure are. Thank you so much. Josie Knight.
Josie Knight doing a job, and in fact, here are our overall standings. Archibald and Lewis on 312 points. That is an enormous margin over Porton and Escalara. Team 10 doing a fantastic job for Brookfield's Properties in the green. Oh, it's racing green, isn't it? Not, though, with more points than Sharp and Lister, who are on 267. They need to find a lap out there. Possibly might do it points-wise. We shall wait and see. Browser and Casper waiting to pounce as well. But no doubt about our leaders.
Yeah, pretty solidly they're going to the final chase, and obviously we know both of them very experienced riders, so they're not going to let a lap go. So I think unless serious mishap, you'd be fairly confident with them being able to take the overall. But it's going to be a really interesting race for second place, because obviously at the moment Team 10, they're a lap up on the other teams, but they have more points. So it could be very interesting dynamics. I don't think Katie and Sophie are going to be particularly marked, because I think the other teams are going to be so intent on getting lap game, chasing for second place effectively. But it could completely change.
The voice of Nia Evans, you're welcome to stay, but equally you're welcome to go and gain some information. Will we be seeing you for the Women's Madison?
Yes, I'll be back. I'll try and get the inside scoop.
Fantastic.
What the race tactics are going to be.
That's exactly what we need. Go and grab yourself a coffee and a biscuit. we now have the sprinters in action. The great, the magnificent Nia Evans will be back with us a little bit later for the final women's Madison chase, called the Crowd Wave, actually. We'll be waving as well. 80 laps we'll be dealing with, so we look forward to the company of Nia a little bit later on. Haven't seen Sir Brad just yet, but you never know. We might indeed get to enjoy his company with Men's Madison. I think we might have a treat as well during the Men's Madison after she has finished her duties. Kimberly Zubris is apparently going to come and say hello. Meanwhile, let's get on with this, shall we? It is almost time for the bell. We're settling ourselves down in the sprint competition, and we haven't been ignoring it. We've been waiting to see what happens, and Harry Lenningham Hall is coming up onto the shoulder here of Pete Mitchell. Where on earth is Matt Richardson, and when's he going to light up? He's got a lap to go. He's absolutely plumb and off the back. But is he going to light it up? Is he possibly going to use the Aero Drag of absolutely everybody else? Oh my life, he's gone right up to almost the top of the velodrome. If he was any further beyond, he'd be buying a Menti Magnum from the concessionaires here. That was absolutely remarkable. He was almost in the cafes. He was so wide and high on the track here, but just showed the power, factored it in at the very last. There were 5 in front of him. He didn't care. He made it his own. He's made himself a big cake. I think that's what that celebration says. And he's not only going to have his cake, he's going to eat it as well. That was absolutely magnificent. Matt Richardson is our sprint champion from this London 3. He'll be back out, of course, for the UK versus the rest of the world. But there is no doubt about it. His points assembly, uncatchable, already was. And proving, of course, that, well, quite frankly, he is the big dog here. That was brilliant. We're going to hear from him. Lucy will be having a chat with him in a few moments' time. But what a delivery that was. Absolutely outstanding.
We're going to have mixed teams as as well this time.
Matt Richardson. Well, it's just when he decides to press go, metaphorically, you understand. Taking it ahead of Harry Lenningham Hall. Getaway Tang with a good finish there, just edging Pete Mitchell. Jan Porosek finishing in 5th place ahead of Derny Napolitano. But in terms of points overall, Matt Richardson on 235. It's almost double bobble, isn't it? Peter Mitchell on 171. Get confirmation on that for you in a few moments' time. Harry Lenningham Hall making it Britain 1, 2, and 3. Getaway Tang is the best of the rest of the world. But here is our winner. Absolutely outstanding. Comes here on spectacular form. Gets the flowers, gets a cuddle, and we'll get the thoughts of the great man himself in a few moments' time, I'm sure.
Matt Richardson, may we have a couple of words and a few breaths with you? You are the fastest man on 2 wheels on the planet, and you're definitely showing it to us today. How are you?
I'm good. I mean, I thought leaving it late was going to be a little bit easier, but I'm still really out of breath, so it was actually still quite tough out there, trying to come 5 wide in the last corner, but yeah, I looked across and saw where everyone else was, knew I had it in the bag.
And stirring it up in true you fashion, absolutely a crowd pleaser. Let's give him a massive round of applause for your home guy, Matt Richardson.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Lucy. Well, it's a team elimination race coming up for you, folks.
Matt just corrected me. He was cooking up a storm, not stirring the pot.
Not stirring the pot, he's cooking up a storm. Okay, well explained. Well explained. Good stuff, I like that. Works either way for me, I love it. Brilliant stuff. So on men's Madison team elimination, Lucy, are you going to get yourself into centre track?
Yes, I am.
Good. I love that.
For
elimination.
But right now it's team elimination time. After this, we'll have the sprinters back out for a UK versus rest of the world, which seems like a bit of bullying to me. But we'll wait and see when we get there. The women's Madison will be back and underway with Nia Evans sparing us her thoughts. After the women's Madison is completed, I understand that we might have a guest in Kimberly Zubris, the former world #1 Madison rider. It'd be great to have her on board. 5 times an elite national champion, of course, for the United States. And yeah, very much looking forward to seeing her and indeed picking a brain after what's been such an illustrious career. 41 years of age now, but amazingly competitive, just brilliantly so. So we love seeing her ride. Apparently Mum and Dad are watching in, so they're probably throwing things at the TV right now. It's a pleasure to call Kimberly Zubris, and we will be seeing her, of course, very much in action, and we're going to be doing that right now as well. Team 5, watch out for Thread Racing. I think they might make a bit of a statement. Let's see. Time then for, in fact, it's men's Madison elimination. We'll wait for her to do her crowd wave Madison. It's been busy. Forgive me. Men's Madison, it is next. Team elimination, of course. Shuffle me papers. And then we will deal with this once we get ourselves off and underway. We're still on our assembly laps right now. Waiting for the gun. They shot the pigeon. Boom. There it is in the midfield. That will be turned into little kebabs for you in a short while. Delicious. Pigeon stew, it's much maligned. Right then, we've got a couple of laps before the bell rings. And indeed, we will announce the first of our eliminators here. Men's Madison elimination with 100-lap Madison just around the corner. I think there might be some energy preservation here. We might get something of a surprise. Shall we see? Bells rung. Next time by, somebody gets trimmed. Yuri Havoc is just not bothered. He's up the road here. He's like, no, I'm not going to give absolutely anything away here. He's looking for maximum points. I'm not sure Max Points is riding. That'd be a great name, wouldn't it? Great name for a track cyclist. Oh, you know, I'm actually looking down the track here. That's a really difficult one to call. Luckily, we've got slow motion cameras here to actually find out who it was. I believe, was it Philutas and Winkler that got trimmed here? Not quite sure. And there it is. Team 13 went. The Kapow signs of Schalke and Willemsen. Indeed, on the exit. Team 13 eliminated. Bell comes now, gives them time to clear the track. And here we go. Big pickup time. Now watch the bottom of the track, and indeed watch for those teams that, quite frankly, are possibly just looking for it. Let's wait and see. Winkler and Philuta still find themselves at the back ever so slightly. Full Gas Racing at Hestes and Wood. Are they playing a percentage game and hoping that it's Pickerel and Witcher that go? Team 8 are off the back. Cinnamon Cafe got caught out. So we will wait for our next eliminator coming up for you shortly. A couple of laps still to go. Bell about to ring out to announce our next elimination, and that's coming to us right now. Again, Full Gas are really hanging back here. It'll be the elimination next time by. Just dropping down the track, finding themselves in a bit of traffic, are Philutas and Winkler still active here. Let's wait and see who gets it this time. Well, it's between them and Brooks Cycles of Birrell and Fisher. And it is Birrell and Fisher that goes in the orange. They get to head back to the track centre. Start to think about their strategy for the final time of asking. They haven't cleared the track just yet, but will get called. Birrell and Fisher, Team 11. They're still racing. They need to get on the blower and indeed tell them that it's all over. Birrell and Fisher still haven't cleared the track, and we still wait. Well, they're still racing, Birrell and Fisher. Haven't realised that the call has been made. It might be that we get a neutralisation this time by. Let's wait and see. Still not declared. Now, are we going to get a trim this time? 11 it is that joins. Well, Birrell and Fisher were last time they were declared, so I'm actually wondering whether we are going to see something of a surprise. This is the problem. If you do get, and in fact they've neutralised one, so that is Team 11 that have gone. Just looking at Team 14, looking, they're still busy. So, in fact, we're going to have an extra sprint here. Birrell and Fisher took time to realise that they were out, and as a result, others were moderating their efforts because they were still on track, believing that they were behind them. Finally, they do get trimmed off the back, but right now, Full Gas Cycling are in trouble. They are at the back. Are they happy with that scenario? And the answer is yes. Team 14, Hestes and Wood, have decided that they are not going to go for it this time, but they will are guaranteed to be busy a little bit later. Hestes and Wood, thank you very much. They have indeed departed the track. Just looking as well, still busy out front is Roger Kluger. Ben Wiggins is just exchanged, so he is waiting to go. Well, no bell rung this time by. And so we wait. It'll be this time that somebody gets trimmed off the rear. Just trying to see who is active. And it looked to me like Team 6 indeed got caught. And in fact, it was Ward and Longstaff, I beg your pardon. From the Scream team, Tom Ward and Frank Longstaff have indeed taken their exit in the yellow polka dots here. Well, mixed in with all of those who are kind of resting up non-active riders, the commissaire's job is a very difficult one. Bell has rung, so next time by somebody's going to get trimmed off, and it looks like Team 10, Brookfield Properties with Navas and Gilbank, are in a bit of bother. They're trying to get the drive here, but watch for SD displays in the orange bottom of the track. Still busy are Brookfield Properties, team number 10, and it looks like they are going. And it is Navas and Gilbank take a march. Trimming down rather smartish at the moment. We're going to have a sprint coming up for you, which is UK versus rest of the world. And then, of course, we have the big Madisons to finish off proceedings. Still driving into it, double check over the shoulder there as Blome and 12s find themselves at the back. How worried are they about that? The trim will come next time by. Are they going to save themselves, or are they going to take a gentlemanly exit from this one? Looks like they are going to save themselves. Who else wants this? That's the big question. Looking towards the back. Ooh, that's a marginal one, but it looks like Team 6 have gone. Avius Consulting for Lutas and Winkler, and it is. They won't be happy about that. I don't think that they believed that they were in trouble, but the Hungarian-Danish duo have gone. Still gives us a chance for them to indeed depart the scene, and they've got the message. Next time by, I've got to believe it's ST Displays. They've been playing with fire here, or they might get a lockdown. Who's going to be in trouble? And it's going to be BioRacer, Hornblow and Jackson, I believe. Let's have a look. Nowhere for them to go in the blue. Skyblue is gone. Team 12, BioRacer are out. Off the back. Hornblow and Jackson. Well, clinging on by the skin of their teeth are ST Displays at the moment in the orange polka dots. And still very concerned that they might get held at the bottom of the track. I don't think it's going to be those. Personal Bike Fit, it looks like, may well go Team 9. Yep, certainly seemed that way to me. In fact, it's next time by, I may have misheard the bell. 9 indeed versus 16. That's the way of it. Oh, 16 has gone. With ST Displays, Blome and 12s. There we are. That was a good old battle at the rear, I've got to say. Sorry for misguiding you with the lap count there. A couple of laps to go before we get next time by. It will be the bell, and then we'll have another trim. But it's thinning down. The field is indeed hardly smoked, but I've got to say, Kluger and Wiggins really want the points, and we've hardly mentioned them at all, and that's because they're in a very good position. So is Perrott and Bostock, I must say. They're starting to think about their overall finish in this race. Likewise, Drop Project Brewing Company, the European champions, still busy, Dornbos and Hoppeschek. And we're going to get our next trim. Wise to the Jink down. Team 5 have gone. That's Thread Racing, Tidball and Charlton. Maybe they would have hoped for a bit more out of this. And now it's got very, very selective. The favourites are remaining, so they're looking for points against each other right now. It is tight at the top. We'll get an overall classification for you in a short while. But, yeah, they've remained fully invested, the big dogs, as you will. Ben Wiggins is active for team number 1 in the white here. He's going to exchange with Kluger in a short while. Bell has gone, so next time by we're going to lose somebody. Havoc and Phil Heinen. Phil Heinen gets thrown in. It was good to see him. He came up to the commentary position. It was nice to unpick his mind about his hopes and dreams here. And at the back, it's Team 9 that have gone. So that is Shuzhalowski and Augustin have taken the walk. Well placed they are as well. Bell next time by, and this is where it gets very selective. It's amongst the favourites now, and nobody really wants to cede any margin. Let's see how they go. Still rolling. 5 teams remain. Somebody's going to get lost next time by. European champions want to get up and over the top of Abus. Abus themselves would like to lock down Endeavour. Team 6, I beg your pardon. Still very much active, but looking at this, Team 4 take it ahead of 1, and we've lost Abus by the looks of it. Team 7, Perrott and Bostock have gone. Good work. Good to see Noah Hobbs and Henry Hobbs as well. Still mixing it. Very similar kit, I must say, to a Team Endeavour of Yuri Havik and Heinen. Barely mentioned the Hobbses, Noah and Henry, and that's a credit to them. At the moment, it's Phil Heinen that's doing the pacing, and it looks like the European champions are going to try and lock down Henry Hobbs here. Clever riding by the Euro champs. Henry Hobbs nowhere to go, and he's going to get out of it. Oh, does so. So Noah and Henry Hobbs are indeed out this time by, leaving our principals here. What do you do with your principals? Well, sometimes lock them away. Let's wait and see. There's your exchange from Team 4, Havik and Heinen. And have they accepted their fate? I don't think so. This is Ben Wiggins just exchanging with Roger Kluger, and the drive by the Europeans is here. Let's have a look. This is going to be a tidy one. Waiting to see where the trim comes. We have had the bell this time by. Somebody's going to get to lose out. It's from the big three. And are the Europeans going? Having a look, see. Oh, it's Team 1. Roger Kluger just trimmed out of this one. He and Ben Wiggins will take an exit. Leaving, of course, Yuri Havik with Phil Heinen, Team Endeavour, up against the European champions of Dornbos and Hoppeschek. Now, if he was in the mood, Yuri Havik would just go on the attack here, even with a couple of laps remaining, and that's the sort of thing he does. Makes an exchange, gets Heinen back in. Europeans still have to exchange. He knows that. Riding clever. It's not quite a two-up sprint just yet, but let's have a look. Certainly no track stands are going to be factored into this scenario. Hoppeschek it is that gets the drive, but look at the response from Phil Heinen. He comes up onto the shoulder. Now he should be favourite to come off the banking here and make it count. This is going to be great. Drive to the lines on the throw. Oh, and the Europeans hold on. That was good strength being displayed here. Havik and Heinen just missing out on the victory. And that goes to the Drop Project Brewing Company. Dornbos and Hoppeschek doing a fantastic job here. This is how it stacks up. Kluger and Wiggins on 248.6 clear of Havik and Heinen. 234 now for Dornbos and Hoppeschek. Just trailing at the moment, but there's an integrity about the points here. But a lap down of Tidwell and Charlton, they could start to think about snipping at the podium. But it looks pretty solid as we speak, with Kluger and Wiggins versus Havik and Heinen, with Dornbos and Hoppeschek still close at hand. We're going to hear from our champs.
And the bouquets are presented. Let's hear a massive cheer! Phenomenal race. Guys, it's looking pretty good this London 3 day for the two of you, isn't it? You must be pumped right now.
Yeah, it was a really nice race, and the elimination is always hectic, and yeah, we stayed in the front all the time, and yeah, perfect.
Did you feel pretty cool and confident the whole way around? Was there any hairy moments where you thought, maybe we don't have this?
Yeah, there were some little moments where I thought, ooh, now I need to really push to not get eliminated, but yeah, in the end it all worked out and we took the win, so yeah, really happy with it.
Fantastic. Well, the crowd, I don't know if you understand, but they're shouting, eliminated! Can you hear that when you're going around the track?
Yeah, especially if you're going slower on the top, then you would really hear it loud.
Fantastic stuff. So can we have a little bit of a cheer from you guys to the crowd here? Show your appreciation for them too.
Yeah, the crowd is amazing, and if you're eliminated, you're really scared to be eliminated, and it really motivates us, especially when they cheer for you. So really nice to be here.
Fantastic. No need to be scared to be you two. You're a #1 spot. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Team number 3.
They're going to do a lap.
No, we should be alright. Just do it just to get
Meg and Josie. We've got the t-shirt cannons, so front straight. Who fancies a t-shirt? Nice, Josie.
That was good. That was better than she thought.
You're powerful on the bike and with the t-shirt cannon. Get on, go on, get it right up there. Reload, Meg on the reload. Make some noise, front straight.
They've got the special orange ones as well.
Fantastic reload. Oh, Meg wants to go now.
I'd give you mine, but it will smell.
Make some noise.
Oh, that's a good catch.
The final t-shirt, who wants it? Come on, front straight, I can't hear you.
It's the final t-shirts.
Nice shot. Congratulations. If you got a t-shirt, let me see it. Wave it in the air.
Well done, guys. That's an extra large as well. Brilliant stuff. Well, we've got a little special treat for you now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do a team sprint demo and a race, and we have been doing UK versus the rest of the world, male and then female. We decided, as a special treat for you guys, you're never going to see this again. It's going to be a mixed team sprint. So we're up in the ante, so it makes it a little bit tighter and a little bit closer to the rest of the world. Have actually got now a British rider on there. So there's 2 guys and 1 female rider in that team. And then in the UK team, you've got 2 British riders and the rest of the world team, all mixed up, but you've got 1 guy and 2 female riders. So it's going to be very tight, very close. Battle of the Waterloo, I love it. Thanks, Abba. So you've got Pete Mitchell, you've got Iona Moya, and you've also got Alessa Katrina Propster on this side on the home straight. Home straight. Are you ready? Ready in the back straight. Shh. Over to you, Mr. Starter. So you've got Harry Leddington Hall on the back straight with Jan Porisek and Sarah Peterkova. And they're up against Pete Mitchell, Iona Moya and Alessa Katrina Propster. This is going to be really tight, and it's absolutely neck and neck as we spin. Who's going to take it on the line? My goodness gracious me. 2 to go, come on. This is really tight. Jan Porisek is up against Pete So this time, the rest of the world have got one female rider and two male riders, where GB have got two female riders and one male rider. Lots to play for here, folks. But when I tell you who they are, that's going to make it rather interesting. For the GB team, Sophie Capewell, Emma Finucane, and Matt Richardson. Up against Miriam Peche, Gina-Wei Tang, and Daniel Napolitano. So it's the Brits versus the rest of the world, but it's a mixed race. My goodness gracious me. So the rest of the world team have two male riders and one female rider. The GB team have one male rider and two female riders. But what a team that is. So we're going to ask for complete silence here, guys, so that we can hear the beeps. Ready on the home straight, ready on the back straight. Over to you, Mr. Starter. Here we go then, the British team of Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell and Matt Richardson. Up against Miriam Peche, Gina-Wei Tang and Daniel Napolitano. And the Brits look like they have taken this out extremely quick. Absolutely storming away here. Great lead out from Emma. And Matt Richardson is coming around extremely quick, but he's looking quite tight. Superb ride there. Only just, but the Brits do it. The Brits have it. The Brits have it. You won't see that anywhere else ever, folks, except here at the London 3-Day. Give them a round of applause. That was fun. So we are down to the last two races of the day. These are our Madison finales. More laps, more action, more to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a big overall weekend presentation at the end of these two races, so please don't rush away. There's nothing worse than doing a presentation to an empty velodrome, so please stick around. Thanks, Lol. Thanks, Lol. So two more races, longer races, these are our finale, then we're going to present the overall winner with the big, beautiful trophies of the London 3-Day. So don't go anywhere when the racing has finished. Please stay for the presentations. Just just remind you now, you're going to see a different kind of leaderboard now, because this race for the women.
Welcome back. Nice to see you. Mixed sprint competition. I think the rest of the world, quite frankly, just felt a bit bullied by proceedings. Great to see. And also great to see Matt Richardson just in his pomp at the moment. He just can't stop winning. Now then, women's endurance races, of course, are here. It's the big one. It's the Madison. This is the decider. It's what we've all come to see, and indeed the crowd are expectant. And so are we. In fact, I think we might actually be getting quite demanding, because we need Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis to finish the job. Who's going to stop them? That's the big question. Nia Evans, what do you think?
So fast. I just want to talk about being the fastest man on two wheels on this planet. Is it a lot of pressure, or do you love it?
No, I absolutely love it. I don't train this hard to be slow.
So fair. So you're going back into training straight away after this weekend, or have you got some time off?
Now, a couple of weeks off, rest of the legs, recover and prepare for the next season. It's the best way, really. Your body always needs a break, so we take that time and then we go hard.
There doesn't seem to be any stopping you or competition, really. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, it's always great to be out here riding as fast as I possibly can. Hopefully entertaining the crowd as well.
I think you're doing a good job of that, and I think we're very proud to have you as part of Team Great Britain. What do you think, crowd? You just raise your hands and then go wild. Thank you so much for being a great sport. Any final words on taking part in the London 3-Day?
No, not really. It was just an amazing event to be a part of, and it makes it all possible when, you know, there's thousands of people coming to support. So thank you for everyone for coming out.
Thank you, Matthew Richardson.
One more time.
Matt Richardson, our sprint champion. Great to hear from him. Clearly gave absolutely everything, which is exactly what we want to see. We want to see the same. I feel like I'm bullying the field at the moment. Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis come into this one on 312 points. 243 at the disposal of, indeed, Paton and Escalara. They're the only teams on the lead lap. However, Sharp and Lister also wanting to do a job here. Guns gone. It's 80 laps. There are sprints along the way. And this may well be completed in the blink of an eye, you might say. But this is going to get very tactical. There are positions to be had. It's a winning, a very strong position for Archibald and Lewis. They would kind of feel that they would have to lose it rather than have to go out there and win it. Avoid losing what their advantage that they have. It's a bit of a cushion, I've got to say. It's getting on for 60 points, for goodness sake. That's handsome.
Yeah, they've got a lovely margin. It's a very nice place to be in. They can afford to sit back a little bit and just ride a slightly more defensive race. Watch to see what the other teams are doing, see how everybody else is feeling. They've got they've been so consistent over the 3 days. You know that they're on form, and if a move goes, they'll be able to close it down. They don't necessarily need to do that. So yeah, they're in quite a luxury place. But I think you're going to find it's quite interesting because other teams have to go for a lap if they want to get onto the podium.
Look what's happening. I think they've been listening to us. Katie Archibald wants to make this emphatic. She can actually effectively kill off the race if indeed she engages in this kind of behaviour. Let's wait and see. I decided that she's going to fully invest here, and it's for Browser and Casper to try and find a lap. And Katie Archibald says, no, you don't. If you get a lap, we're going to have one ourselves. So this is going to be a holding pattern, I guess you might say, is the best that Browser and Casper can hope for. Runners-up spot. They've got to find a lap. And they've got an alliance here as well. This is actually good strategy by Team 2, Amax, Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis. Because if they help Conagos, Browser and Casper to a lap, they're still not going to get back at them because they'll still be a lap up themselves. But it will diminish the rivals that they have out on the track. And what a strong team to pair up with.
Absolutely. They say that attack is the best form of defence. And I think they're proving that. Interestingly, you've got the top 4 teams in the standings are the top 4 teams on the track. So it's going to be, I think it's one of these races of, you're going to have the front half of the race who are racing for the top positions, and then the back half of the race a little bit of survival, but also trying to pick up some points along the way.
Team 14 here, Full Gas Cycling. This is Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister, and they've had a very, very strong performance here. 267 points are indeed in their back pocket. Now, they could vault Team 10. Brookfields Racing in the green here, who have been quietly extraordinarily effective. It's the British-Spanish pairing. Originally from London is Isabella Escalara, paired up with Marie Pourton. Very, very effective riders. You know Marion Pourton, don't you?
Yes, we were doing some road racing together this year for Alba development team. So she's been really strong on the road, and she always likes racing the track. And I think they're probably the underdogs in this field, but they started the competition really well. They got an lap early on the first day's racing, and yeah, I think they've been in the lead for the first night, and yeah, just been super, super consistent.
They have been in British Racing Green, I guess you might say. Marie Pourton, chemistry student. I don't know if she's got the formula for tonight, but a silver in the team pursuit, don't forget, in the Nationals. Likewise, a great points racer as a junior. Come back to the track, I guess, to enjoy the winter and extend her road season, but very much part of our thoughts here, along with Isabella Escalara. Others may have potentially some bigger names within their team, but they've really combined well. And sometimes it's a balance within the team that counts for an awful lot, isn't it?
Yeah, you can have a really strong rider, but if they don't complement each other, it just never gels. And I think that's what we've seen with them is they've been on the same wavelength. You know, when they attack, they both commit fully to it, and they've both got good form, and they've been really active, and it's nice to see.
It certainly is. Isabella Escalara, by the way, originally from London, is the Spanish individual pursuit champion. Took bronze in the Madison in the Euros under 23, so she knows how to race this as well, and is very comfortable on the exchanges with Marie Pourton. They have been brilliant, and they continue to stay with the very best here, and that bodes extremely well. They're both youngsters. Marie Pourton only 19, Isabella Escalara just a couple of years older. So, yeah, they really, really know how to ride, and they're showing it here. Meanwhile, Franziska Brauser, with a great deal of experience, she is pacing the field at the moment. In fact, it's Romy Kasper, I beg your pardon, makes the exchange right now. In fact, I was right first time. It is Romy Kasper who drops in. My eyes deceiving me on the exchange here, but what a pairing they are. And they'll be a little bit wounded, I imagine, by their position in P4 as it stands. But 257 points. If they gain a lap, that would be enough, of course, to put them in second place behind Archibald and Lewis, who are the dominant force and quite happy almost to drive it from the front as we speak. There will be some that try and seek a little bit of a margin here today, but it is a question of moderating the ambitions of your rivals, and Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis do that brilliantly.
They do. I think it's going to be quite an interesting dynamic because obviously, you know, Team 1, they have to get the lap, but they need to get it without Team 10, or else it can, you know, defeats the purpose of it. So they're not going to be that bothered with the sprints. I suspect you'll see that they'll actually sit out of it, hopefully try and conserve a little bit of energy, and then we'll try and launch an attack, but they need to try and get away solo or with Katie, and use some of her strength to help them get the lap. So it's quite an interesting dynamic of just not just trying to win the most points in this particular race, but working out how you can get a lap gain without a certain team.
They're all sharing the duties at the moment. It's almost like a team time trialling unit that we've got out front. 5 involved. Nice that Abis have come to join the party. Were they up the road, or have they actually been lapped? I think they've always been there, but strange that it's not registered. Jenny Hall and Katie Ann Colton.
Yeah, I think on that kind of early move, the front of the race was just going a little bit quicker, and they got gapped. And then as the pacers come off at the front, the teams that were gapped have now managed to regain contact, or the majority have. Unfortunately, there's a few stragglers who I think are going to get mopped up in the next couple of laps.
There is recognition of how the points standings are here. Pourton and Escalara on 243 points. Everyone seems quite a long way away from busting the 300, which has been done by Archibald and Lewis, that got them onto the lead lap. So actually did it by points assembled rather than laps gain. And I think that power that's remaining in the legs, and plus the ambition, of course, and the desire to please a home crowd is going to be quite something. Let's see how this is delivered. I noticed at the Worlds, when they played the national anthem, some riders were less inclined to sing the national anthem than others. Even when egged on, there was a few head shakes. I'm not going to identify anybody. But I quite appreciate that in a certain regard as well. But let's just say, maybe if it had been Flower of Scotland, we'd have been in full voice.
Absolutely. No, well, I think the thing is we're known for being bike riders rather than singers. Sometimes it's a blessing that we don't sing.
That is true. You can always pull out a mouth organ.
Maybe.
You need some practice. Right now, it is more a cagey affair than a dramatic one, I think it's fair to say. Despite the fact that Katie Archibald kind of squirreled up the track, and for a moment it looked like Colnago with Browser and Casper, along with Archibald and Lewis, were in fact going to pair up and basically divvy it up between them, the cake. As it stands, it still remains a little bit cagey, I've got to say. And that is now being destroyed by Jenny Hall and Katie-Ann Coulton. A little bit of an injection of pace, but is it just prying, really, trying to open the jar? I'm not quite sure. Staying with it, Brookfield Properties, you must remember to keep them very much where it needs to be. As it stands, they are pushing into it. And other teams now just coming to the fore and may well be let go.
Yeah, I think the main contenders aren't so bothered about chasing that back, but it's, as I said, it's the races within, other people are thinking of their overall standings of who they can afford to let go and who they're prepared to chase. So you'll see riders chase where they wouldn't normally, and others let things go that they would normally chase down. And it's quite interesting because it was, the race started quite strong and then the pace came off and it's just starting to ramp up again. So I wouldn't be surprised whether you start to see one or two more attacks going, because they've still got 8 laps before the first sprint.
First sprint then started to loom large in everybody's minds. There's not a whole rack of sprints, is there, once we get to our final Madison, in a 6 or a 3?
No, it's an interesting, because obviously most of us are used to racing UCI Madisons, where the sprints are every 10 laps.
Yep.
And that's just what we're used to doing. Obviously with the Madison Chase, you tend to sprint at half distance, and then, depending how long the race is, a few other times. But because it's really coming down to the lap gains, the actual point difference between the teams it's quite substantial. So I think most riders at this point in the race, they're going to be thinking about getting a lap rather than the sprint points. If it's there, they're going to go for it, but I don't think you're going to see them leading it out that you would normally see in a normal Madison.
Well, this is getting very lively at the front, I must say. But still, I was just about to say, Sophie Lewis just makes a drive here. They're keeping very much, it's almost like a beacon has gone off with Brookfield Properties and Marion Porton and Isabella Escalara. There's a danger there to, let us say, the favourite teams before we actually even began proceedings. And this is offering up a great deal of respect to them, because right now Colnago know that they need to take a step forward just to look after their own position, really. Team 1 find themselves struggling in 4th place at the moment. And so Browser and Casper have got some work to do. They're on 257 points, which is decent, I've got to say. But they will be more interested in the intermediate sprints than Archibald and Lewis, for sure.
Well, yeah, Team 1, they've got to try and get a lap if they want to get on the podium. Points-wise, they're in the mix, but unless they get the lap, they're not going to feature.
Well, here it is with Sharp and Lister just egging themselves on for even more points, and this is important for them. The 5 go to Team Abus here. That is Hall and Carlton, but And in fact, they're on 176 points. But more importantly, I guess you might say, Sharp and Lister, who find themselves in third place, they pick up a valuable 3 points because they are very, very close at hand. If you strip out the laps gained, they are looking at Browser and Casper, who are getting closer to them. They move to 270. If they can find a lap out there as well, they'd be in second place.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because obviously they can, on the points that they have, they can, if they get the lap, they would go into second place.
And here's the response.
There we go.
Almost
I
immediately.
said that there would be an attack and looking for the lap gain. So Team 1, they set out this sprint, didn't get involved, and now they've launched. They've got a bit of a gap, but chased down pretty strongly by Team 10.
Bit of a gap, and the main chase is being offered up here by Brookfield Properties in the green, and in fact they're just latching straight on to the back wheel here. This is Porton and Escalaro find themselves in second place, as you can see, on 244 points. They have an interest in marking out all these attempted lap gains because they don't have as many points as the two teams behind them, but they're a lap up. So it's a moderating game that the Team Green are playing. But check this out. Katie Archibald's had enough. I think she just wants to settle the nerves of absolutely everybody. If they gain a lap right now, this is going to be handsome. She's got the power to do it. And in fact, it may well be that others start to think, well, you know what? We're just going to have to bid for second place because they're clear ahead, but they want to make this emphatic. And someone like Katie Archibald, she does this almost constantly. She can do it on her own. She's got a great pairing with Sophie Lewis. Once they make the exchange, the main body of this drive, I think, or at least the call, has been made by Katie. She's so aggressive, but so effective as well. If they gain a lap, this party might already start to close down.
Well, they were pretty solid in the lead. You didn't feel that they needed to go for this lap, but Katie's obviously decided, no, I want to seal the deal, make my cushion even bigger. And it's interesting because at the moment there are chasers, but it's full gas cycling that's been gapped a little bit. So if they don't close the gap, they're then going to potentially drop from third down into fourth.
They could self-neutralise, essentially, couldn't they? Watching an exchange right now, and guess what? Katie Archibald is back and live. Sophie Lewis doing a great turn. I'm actually looking at the demeanour of the chase here because Browser and Casper, team number 1, they really are struggling. They're on 257 points. They need a lap gain as well, but they're seeing a lap go off and up the road. They may well just keep their powder dry, being marked out by Porton and Escalaro, who are going to stay with them. So if Team 1, which is Browser and Casper, sadly not marked on your screen for you, but Browser and Casper are being chased by Porton and Escalaro in green because they want to neutralise any lap gain. So any move that they make, Team 1, Team Green are essentially going to mark them out. And this plays into the hands brilliantly of Amex, Archibald and Lewis because it gives them an opportunity. They've got nobody neutralising them. And I feel that they are going to make the lap gain. And when they do, the crowd's going to go crazy.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to love it. And I think that's the thing of Team 10. They don't really mind if Katie gets another lap. They just want to make sure that there's no other lap gains. And that just secures their second place. So yeah, if I was them, I would just be marking. Like they don't actually need to press on. Let Katie and Sophie get the lap. It's not going to affect the overall standings, and it's just making sure if they do too much chasing, then it could potentially expose themselves.
They
just
may
follow.
even pick up an intermediate sprint along the way they're going at the moment.
Looks like it.
Well, just waiting for it. You can see the head of the race being identified by the race commissaire as if you needed to know it. Where is the main body of the field? It looks like they're going to gain this lap. And the question is, I think it's going to get KG behind, and it is. It's starting to get KG behind them. So they're going to make the lap gain. It's where the commissaires decide is the main body of the pack, and I think they've actually dealt with about half of the field. Whether that is regarded as the main body is anybody's guess. Meanwhile, behind, and it is, they have got themselves a lap gain, which is brilliant. And now the onus, of course, shifts onto the shoulders of Team 1, Browser and Casper, who are being marked out here by Brookfield Properties of Porton and Escalara. So this is amazing. Archibald and Lewis, the only ones on the lead lap. Team Green here of Porton and Escalara still marking out Sharp and Lister. because they don't want any moves coming from the blue and white stripes here of Team 14, Full Gas Cycling. And likewise, they're also mindful of what Colnago can do. So there could be a secondary battle here. This now is a bit of a comfort zone for Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis. But then again, the removal of stress, quite often that just means that Katie Archibald just starts playing with the field and goes out there in bullying mode. Why not?
Yeah, if you got the legs, go for it. And even when she's got a big buffer, she's still gonna put on a show for the crowd. I won't be surprised whether you see her attack off the front again. It's the kind of thing she does. It's very annoying.
Team 14 have just taken the intermediate sprint here. They've got themselves 5 points. Browser and Casper on 3. Shaw and Lloyd with 2. And Porton and Escalara still points scored there. They're not bothered about points. They're bothered about others gaining a lap. So they absolutely stay with it. And in fact, they are going to get themselves a lap gain. But along with Colnago, Browser and Casper. And so it means that Porton and Escalara are riding a brilliant race here, albeit under pressure because points are going elsewhere. But they don't care. They just need to make sure nobody regains a lap, and they're going to stay there automatically in second place. This is what makes this fascinating.
Yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic because obviously on points scored, they're not in second place. But because they have that extra lap on Sharp and Lister, they've got the second place. So they just have to neutralise any laps going or go with them like they did in that move, and they'll hold on to the second place. They don't need to score any points. It's up to the other teams to get a lap on them, which is a nice place to be because it's much easier to mark and stop a lap going than it is to try and out-sprint a team.
What an amazing delivery that was by Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis. Absolutely superb. The crowd loved it. They knew. They can see on the rolling scoreboard as well that they have a clear advantage here. They didn't even bother waiting for the intermediate sprint, or just collecting things as they come. But the lap game was important to give themselves such a margin. Porton and Escalara, though, all credit to them, I must say, for Brookfield Properties in the green. You'll be tagging on to them in a short while. Others starting to think about getting a lap. Tread here with Gulick and Zubris. Just wanting to improve their position overall. If they unlap themselves here, they'll put themselves into the top 5. And that has got to be a golden opportunity for them, but they will not drop. Brookfield Properties kind of hiding in full view off the nose at the moment and kind of marking out and staying with Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis. It's almost like they're being nursed by team number 2 at the moment. You're going to get other flyers, but this should be something of a parade. We've only got 12 laps remaining.
They're running out of time for anyone else to get a lap now. And I think what you're going to see is Katie's just going to keep the pace of the bunch on because it's much harder for attacks to go when the bunch is going quickly. So it kind of makes anyone who's half thinking about an attack probably not go for it.
As soon as we say
well, famous last words.
Guess what? Intermediate sprint coming up. And it is a big old launch. Romy Casper and Browser want to get a delivery here. Here comes Browser, hands over to Casper. Others are alive to it, and the threat is there and recognised by Brookfield Properties as Isabel Escalara in the green here. Just gets on to the back wheel. Going to stay with it, and almost as if to say, there's no way you're going up the track here. I am going to stay with you. And in fact, just heads Team 1 rather precociously, absolutely staying embedded. That was brilliant. Gulick and Zubris get 10 points. Archibald and Lewis get 6. This is from the... that was a lot of points racked up there. Double points will be at the very last. We'll let you know, of course. I think that might be points.
Interesting. Team 10 have just got a bit of a gap going.
They have.
And
I think this is...
They've actually put Katie and Sophie under a little bit of pressure now because if they were to get the... I don't think they will because Katie's going to shut it down. But it was a bold move because if they had managed to get more of a gap, they could have actually looked to get a lap on them.
Can you imagine if Team Green here managed to get a lap on Archibald and Lewis, they would actually win the whole thing because they're the only other team that are on the lead lap. That's the threat that's going on at the moment. But, of course, it's being marked out by Browser and Casper. It's absolutely brilliant of all the sprints that we have had so far. Of course, it's double points for all of the sprints on the final day. So there's more of a hatful with 10 points, of course, being offered up at every single margin. But there's the big one still to come, which is at the end of this run. So you can get some big, big moments. That was brave, precocious by Marion Porton, just 19 years of age. Isabel Escalara, only 22. They've got no fear. It's the fearless youngsters.
It's really good to see. It makes for exciting racing. And this is quite interesting because obviously for 5th and 6th place, there's only 2 points between them. They're on the same lap. So if, depending how the final sprints go, I think that's why you're seeing the attack, because they want to, Jenny wants to cement the 5th place overall.
I can understand it. With 3 laps remaining shot off, this is going to be a hatful of points at the very last. Jenny Hall with Katie Ann Colton on her debut. Brilliant, the 19-year-old as well. And they've ridden very, very well, super strongly. When they look at the roster of riders that they have beaten here, this is going to be something exceptional. 2 laps to go. It'll be the bell next time by, and then it's full chat for the finale. But I got to tell you that Archibald and Lewis are in control. Here is the bell as it rings for our final lap. Holland Council might well take it, but you know what? Katie Archibald is going to charge into this gap. If there is an aero tunnel, even if there isn't one, she'll still be charging through here. Some resting riders as well. Final sprint is taken by Holland Coulter, but there is our winner. Katie Archibald crosses the line to close her account as victorious here. Katie Archibald with Sophie Lewis, a brilliant pairing. They have delivered exactly what was expected. And our congratulations to Mary Porton and Isabella Escalara as well. That was exceptionally good racing. They have finished in 2nd place on the lead lap, tried to make a steal as well, and being runner-up to Archibald and Lewis pairing. That is amazing. So Mary Porton, Isabella Escalara, spectacular performance to essentially take a silver medal here. Sharp and Lister in 3rd place, holding off Browser and Casper. What a race.
Yeah, super interesting. You know, Katie and Sophie, really dominant throughout, really consistent. But yeah, Team 10, Mari, she's put up a brilliant performance because they got that lap on the first day and they've just managed to keep chipping away. And I think that they are probably the surprise podium finishers.
Definitely.
Team 1, I feel they're going to be pretty disappointed, if I'm honest. They've both done a lot of 6-day racing over the years. They're normally super, super consistent, and I suspect they thought they were going to get a lap in that final chase, and they could just never get the gap.
Didn't happen. Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister as well. Let's play credits to them. They finish in 3rd place here as well, so it's a wonderful podium wrap, I've got to say. But let's fate our glorious winners here. Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis. Katie, of course, did a fantastic job with Maddie Leach at the World Champs, and now she's repeated the feat with Sophie Lewis here at the London 3, the only international track event in the UK this year, and she's nailed it.
It's a shame we've not got more international track races, but Katie will be delighted to have got another win under her belt, and Sophie as well. Both very good track riders, and you know, I think they probably went into this as one of the favourite pairings. So there was an extra pressure going into it, but they've been so consistent every day. It's nice to see it all come together for them, because obviously Katie had that little mishap last year, which we maybe shouldn't mention. She'll hate me for it.
Bless her. Well, Sophie Lewis, exceptional as well, was a great foil to work with Katie Archibald. Together, they were absolutely lethal out there. That was brilliant. Well, they'll take the flowers, and indeed we will be hearing from them in just a short while. The men will be on track for their 100-lap race. But let's offer up our thanks as well to Nia Evans. It's been a delight, actually, to have you up in the commentary position. Let's do it again, shall we?
Not too often. Hopefully I'll be racing. But yeah, when I'm not racing, it's been really good fun. It's nice to see the racing from a different angle. It's also quite tricky because I get drawn into being like, why are you doing that? And then it's like, you shouldn't criticize people, but and then great moves, and then it never comes to anything. And I feel that I had the commentator's curse of saying, right, you'll see Katie going for this, or you'll see that the race is going to settle, and then there's an attack. But no, thank you very much for having me. It's been good fun.
Been brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The great Nia Evans, of course, once her career's over, we know where she's going to end up, on the microphone. It's been an absolute pleasure. Well, she makes her way back to Aberdeenshire, and we stay here for the men's Madison final, 100 laps of it. And indeed, yet again, this is also a very, very close affair. In a few moments' time, I assume that we're going to be hearing from our women's endurance champions. And then, of course, we'll have the none too small matter of the men as they start to circulate. We'll be with that shortly.
So let's hear you folks make some noise for these riders. Let's clap in time. Come on, let's hear you. We will rock you. Everybody. Let's see if we can do a Mexican wave. These guys are going to lead you around. Come on. When they come past, up you get. When the leader of the race comes round, this is Yuri Harry, he wants you to stand and let's do a Mexican wave. Here we go then, up you go, up you go, up you go, up you go, follow the riders, that's the way. Let's go London, let's go, up you go. Come on, we got this. Let's clap. We will. Well done, guys. Absolutely brilliant. What the riders say goes. You got this. Up you go. One more time. And then we are going to be ready to race. Well done, guys. Give them all a big round of applause. Make some noise for your riders.
It's time then for our grand finale. We've had the 1 lap marker and then we'll be underway. This is the decider. The London 3 will draw to a close with this men's endurance race. 100 laps of full-on action about to get underway and started. Well, we'll have the assembly of points for you on your screen in just a few moments' time, but the gun has gone and we are racing. Intermediate sprint points there will be out there along the way. Laps to be gained, laps to be lost as well. And ultimately, we will find our winners. Right now, a lot of course, auditorium hopes will be resting on the shoulders of Ben Wiggins and Roger Kluger. Great pairing. Great partnership. They're on 248 points as it stands. That's only 6 clear of Havoc. And, of course, Phil Heinen, who came up to have a chat a little bit earlier on. That's a great rivalry between those two teams, naturally enough. Also on the lead lap are Dawn Boss and Hoppershek. Another great pairing. They're the European champions. You're looking at them, Team 3 at the moment. Don't discount Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood as well. They're in 5th place at the moment. They are a lap down, but they're such an effective fighting force. They could actually find something out there. And how joyous will that be if they were to deliver? 96 laps to go. This is a long, long way from home, but it's going to get cagey. Somebody is going to go dynamic, and suddenly we've got a fly here. It's Brookfield Properties as well. This is Navas and Gilbach. They want to at least make an impact right now. They're 5 laps down, so they may well get let go. Sometimes you see this. We might have some hangers out there as well trying to nail intermediate sprints along the way. But look at the pack. They are not concerned at the moment. And I guess that's almost the gift of being so many laps down. You can find yourself with an opportunity to kind of make amends. Alvaro Navas, they're in 11th place at the moment, 5 laps down. I think they're going to make this. But look at the response. Almost immediately, there is a hunger out there to, I think, essentially just try and get something of a cushion. And guess what? It has to be Noah Hobbs and Henry Hobbs as well. They find themselves in 7th place, 2 laps down. If they found a lap, they could actually be one of those teams that really surprise by double gaining. And we've seen some of that. Difficult on a longer track. If you get the traditional 6-day tracks, which are much shorter, then the opportunity to lap gain is more intense, really. Just think about Ghent and the like, possibly Amsterdam as well. Some of the shorter tracks, you can really sail around there and indeed start to nip at the heels of those further up the road. And so you can unwind 2 laps, even on a final finale such as this. But 100 laps on a 250 track, it's very hard to unwind yourself, but let's not count against the brave. And the Hobbs brothers have been superb in this race. They've lit it up on a number of occasions. Already unwinding one of their laps deficit are Brookfield Properties with Navas and Gilbank. And it looks like similar thing is going to happen for the Hobbses. This is going to start to trouble a few. Not ahead of them, I wouldn't have thought, but some of those behind maybe that would have hoped. Mind you, it's a 2-lap cushion that they have. They're slightly in no man's land with the points that the points deficit that they have, possibly ruining some of the days where things didn't go their way. But Hobbs, both Noah and Henry, have really lit this velodrome up with some of their vim and vigour, and they're proving again that we need to ponder them almost constantly. They're youngsters, don't forget. Noah just busting out of the teens. He's 20 years of age. Henry at 18. They still have no fear. And they ride in a spectacular, dramatic fashion. And they're going to get back in. Crowd are going to love it. They are going to get their lap gain. And worthy of that they are. Be a good finishing position for them with a little bit of a cushion behind them. Let's see what the other teams do here. Havoc and Heinen, they're going to be in marking mode, but they're going to have to get busy, especially in the sprints. Going toe-to-toe with Kluger and Wiggins. When it comes to the sprints, maybe they'll want it, maybe they'll want a bit of security. So you might well see Team 2 have just got their lap, waiting to see what Yuri Havoc and indeed Phil Heinen do as Team 4. Will they reach out, or are they going to rely on the sprints to get the better of Kluger and Wiggins, both of whom are functioning extremely well? Just watching the exchange right now at the back of the track with the white team just off your screen at the moment. But they're exchanging beautifully. There are others that are going on flyers, and we're going to see this almost as a constant. Perrott and Bostock here having a dig. They're in 6th place. They're on 201 points. They're not that far away from Hestos and Wood. They would be big scalps for them to take, and away they go. You're going to see teams as well starting to get concerned about those who have got decent points assembly, also find themselves on the same deficit lap-wise. And so it is that ABUS just kick off now and draw out a response from those as well who just want to join that little lap gain party. Look at that, there are 4 teams here on 1 lap down. And then there's a big, big old gap, isn't there? The Hobbs is a lap down. Perry and Bostock a lap down. Hestos and Wood a lap down. Tidball and Charlton a lap down. 3 teams on the lead lap. Kluger and Wiggins. Havoc and Heinen. Dawn Boss and Hoppershek. So, yeah, the European champions. Team number 1, the Colnago boys in white, which is Ben Higginson and Roger Kluger, of course. And Havoc and Phil Heinen. We spoke to him a little bit earlier on. They believe that they can deliver this. I think everyone else does as well. Dare they break the hearts of the crowd here by beating Ben Wiggins and the great Roger Kluger? Of course they dare do that. And in fact, that is their battle plan. Whether they achieve it is remaining to be seen. 77 laps to go. What are the sprint laps, please? Still 25 laps away from our first sprint. They come at 50, at 20 and at 10. And we are rocking and rolling, and it's a pleasure to welcome into the commentary position one of the all-time greats, I've got to say, Kimberly Zubris. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. You join us, of course, for this men's Madison. I understand you folks are watching at home.
Oh, yeah, I've got a whole bunch of family and friends watching at home. They've been talking all weekend.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. We haven't got a comms link, so just do that and then you'll hear what I'm saying. Oh, right. This is brilliant. Well, Kimberly, you have been around, well, let's deal with this first. I was going to say you've been around the block for such a long time, always at the very, very highest level, and you look undiminished here. You've been fabulous. It's been great watching you.
This is my first time here for the 3-day, and I've had such a good time.
Oh, that's great.
The competition was great. This is some of the highest level racing we can possibly have in the women's field.
Fantastic. Well, she joins us for this men's Madison. Right now we're seeing a sprightly push that is going on. So the Scream team causing indeed ructions amongst the crowd because Tom Ward and Frank Longstaff have just regained a lap. Our focus, though, of course, has to remain on the main body of the field because it's so tight out there. Kluger and Wiggins, that's Ben Wiggins, of course, are indeed our leaders, but only by 6 points. That is nothing in this game. With Havoc and Heinen chipping at their heels, it may well come down to a lap, but I think it's going to be for the intermediate sprints, the first of which will come up in 20 laps time, and we will be there before you know it. So as the busyness continues and some of the minor teams find themselves with a little bit of a question, and a big question now being asked by Jana Dornbos and Vincent Hopperschek. They have sprung off the front. They find themselves in third place. They're only 8 points down on Havoc and Heinen. They've got to mark them out. This is what we love about this sport, isn't it?
Oh, I absolutely love it. Madison's the best race you can get.
Well, you've got a ticket to ride right now. We have guesting with us right now, Kimberly Zubris. Now, let me guess that my facts are correct here. Just double checking. 5 times elite national champion, former world number 1 in the Madison. Is this all correct?
That's right.
And now 41 years of age. What happened to those years?
They flew by.
They did, but it's great to have you here and hear your thoughts. Look at this drive as well that we've got from Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood. They've set off. They're in pairs, of course, with the European champions, Dornbos and Hopperschek. If they can gain a lap here, it's going to ask a big question of Havoc, Heinen, Kluger and Wiggins, and it looks like they're going to get it. They only have to get onto the back of the pack, don't forget, and that is very clearly defined at the moment. So this is going to have to garner a response from, of course, Kluger and Wiggins, Havoc and Heinen. They're going to blow for it. They have to.
They do.
What is the strategy then that you would invoke from, let's say, Havoc and Heinen? They are in second place at the moment. What indeed is going to be their battle plan?
Well, you see the top few there are really close on points, and I think that's what it's going to come down to, those riders that are up a lap at the moment.
There's a big danger, though, here of waiting for the intermediate sprint. Because anything can happen. It's such a busy track out there. That's a dangerous way to behave.
It is. But in this race, I think that'd be the way to go because the points are double in the sprints in this finale.
They are every single one of the sprints. So 10 points up for grabs at the next intermediate sprint. Now, you often get teams laying up to actually collect the intermediate points and then, of course, gain their lap gain. Now, our first one is in 12 laps' time. That's a long way to go. I think that's too long for the two teams that are on our screen at the moment. They are the ones that, could they hold back? It would be a dangerous game to play if they start to speed up behind because there's still a number of points up for grabs. I think a lap gain is the way they're going to go. What do you think?
Oh, I think so. I think if they try to hold up, it's going to be a big mistake. They've got to get there and close that lap.
They have. There might be some fracturing of the pack just up ahead of them. And at the moment, they're just firing into this void. Lovely exchange here from the blue and white stripes of Full Gas Racing. This is Jules Hesters and Ollie Wood. That is a very strong pairing. And, of course, they are here with the European champion, Jana Dornbos and Vincent Hopperschek. So I think rather cruelly for everybody else, they are going to make a big statement right now. It's a huge ask. What's going to be the response? That is the question. Team 4, the Hobbses, are still on the march. They've actually unlapped themselves. They've got themselves only to 1 lap down. If they got on the lead lap as well, all hell could break loose with laps gained at the very end. It could be all change. Who would have thought pecking orders often get shredded in this game, don't they?
That's the exciting thing about a Madison finale. You never know what's going to happen, and here comes down to laps and points.
Well, let's wait and see. There's been a big response straight away. Hobbs, Noah and Henry, they are going for it. And guess what? Roger Kluger has got onto the coattails. He needs this likewise. This is absolutely superb. Dornbos and Hoppeschek of the Netherlands are the only team on the lead lap. Kluger and Wiggins are now a lap down. So all of a sudden, Dornbos and Hoppeschek have taken control of the race. It's all kicking off here. The European champions are indeed in a happy place. They've just got themselves back in. Embedded they are. Kluger and Wiggins are trying to make amends. They've set off up the road. They've got help here as well. Alliance with Hobbs, both Noah and Henry. They're exchanging beautifully, but this is a perfect ride for Kluger and Wiggins. What is going to be the response? We are nearly at our next intermediate here. Just checking it out right now. 3 laps to go before we get to our intermediate sprint, and there will be plenty of points up for grabs. Kluger and Wiggins find themselves a lap down. Havik and Heinen are on the chase as well. This is brilliant. Kluger and Wiggins, can they possibly get this lap gain? Also hang back for the intermediate sprint. I think they're going to do exactly that. And this is going to kick over the table, I'm afraid. The crowd are going to love it because Ben Wiggins is going to get there by the looks of things. And that's going to be a major question that's going to have to be asked of Havik and Heinen. When are they going to ignite? Surely it has to be as soon as these guys come through. Here's the intermediate sprint coming up right now. The bell's already rung. So those points are going to be garnered by those who are on the track right now. Team 2, the Hobbses, are here. And indeed, Kluger just holds back, but indeed he takes second place on the intermediate sprint. Now they want to embed themselves. Suddenly it paces up, and look at the European champions. This is Dornbach and Hoppeschek. They're going on a charge. Where is Team 4? That's what we're starting to ask ourselves. This is absolutely magnificent. In fact, they're just about to take a lap themselves. This is remarkable. What a drive this is. Well, suddenly getting themselves on to the back of the pack. Team 4 Havik is here. Oh, my life. And indeed, they have dragged round Ben Wiggins as well. This upsets the cable at the top. It's going to be a double lap, I think. It's going to be a double lap attempt here. This is exactly what we've seen. Watch, indeed, Havik and Heinen. They are going for it. They're going to come up and over the top. High, wide, and handsome. As soon as everyone sits up because of the intermediate sprint, they go again. This is exactly what Yuri Havik does. He's aptly named, almost causes havoc, and he's gone. He's absolutely flown the coop. This is Roger Kluger, who's on his case as well. Who's got the legs to follow them? That's the big question. The European champions are up the road here as well. Dornbos and Hoppeschek, they want to play the game. 3 on the lead lap now with Kluger and Wiggins still leading. But there's only 2-point margin as we head down towards our next intermediate, which will be in 25 laps time. A little bit of waiting time to come then. And you feel that this is going to be a big party at the end of today. I'm exhausted just watching it, never mind anything else. Havik and Heinen got a good pairing as well. This is what you need. Alliances and Dornbos and Hoppeschek are there. Suddenly, Ben Wiggins lights it up. He now wants to neutralize this move. He's going to go onto the inside, showing equal aggression right now. That's absolutely superb. He drives on. What a race we've got here.
Incredible.
3 just at the other side of the track. The whole pack are just waiting to get fully engaged. Can't quite figure out how to respond to this one. It's going to be another lap gain for this trio that we're looking at. So Kluger and Wiggins find themselves leading at the moment, but tenuously. There's only 2 points in it between themselves, Havik and Heinen. Dornbos and Hoppeschek also indeed in the frame here. Tidball and Charlton are a lap down on 210. And there's a real honesty and integrity about the points here, because all those that are on the lead lap also have the most points, and I like that.
I enjoy that too.
So
and I think you're right. It's going to come down to the laps.
So let's have a look then. Is it really between these 3 teams? It's nice that they've got active actually and have gone for this. Our next intermediate is still 20 laps away, but that's going to spin down almost in the blink of an eye. I'm absolutely loving this. I'm just having a look how far up they are. Now, it's to the back of the pack, don't forget. It's almost exactly half a lap that they've got. Do you think they'll lay up? I don't think they need to. It's going to be they that go for this. But an intermediate sprint offers up a rack full of points on the final day. It could become vital that they do hold off for the sprint. Those who are chasing Havoc and Heinen, do they believe that they can win the next intermediate sprint? Big question. What do you think?
I think they do, and I think they're going to hold up for that sprint.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
Neither am I. that is the beauty of it. Kimberly Zubris has joined us. Am I saying your family name right, by the way?
That's right, Zubris.
Brilliant. Well, let's see. As we settle ourselves in, a little bit of a shake of the head. I don't know what that was all about. A little bit of a shake of the head we've just had from Jonna Dornbos. I don't know whether it was somebody else who was just dropping in who was kind of getting the bubble thoughts here. Nice little exchange. A sense of calm has just settled about us. This kind of feels that they are waiting up for that intermediate sprint. As there's going to be an honesty about it, because whoever wins this one today, and you kind of feel it's between Kluger-Wiggins, Havoc and Heinen, but don't discount Dornbos and Hoppeschek, because they are our European champions. They're just heading it. They look very lively. They're the ones that could actually nail each of these sprints. I don't know from these three teams who would be favoured status.
I can't pick a favorite either. I'm going to go with the European champs if I had to. I think you're right. In the sprints, they can take it.
Well, they believe it. They've got ground to make up. They still have to find... your maths is probably better than mine, to be honest. 24 points, I think it is, if they are going to get into second place, and 26 points. I'm not sure there's that much out there, which means that Dornbos and Hoppeschek really do have to shake them off. The trouble is they have got followers here. Let's wait and see. There is enough points on the ground for them to make it, but they'd have to win every single one of the sprints and hope that those who are riding with them don't point score. That's a tall order. So I think it is going to be between Havoc and Heinen, Kluger and Wiggins, but with the Europeans possibly just trying to make an honest attempt at, underscoring their status. Let's see. 29 laps remaining. This is how it stacks up right now. I've got to say, the pack is very well defined. It's almost a commissaire's dream, this one. Just got to get onto the back of it. You don't have to fully embed yourself. You just have to essentially make the bridge, and we're not that far away from that. Well, here we are. It's only a 50-metre margin that they have to bridge over right now. It's less than a quarter of a lap. Looking at it, but will they wait up for the next intermediate sprint? Not having an interest in this could actually be very, very costly, especially to the Europeans who are on catch-up. So they are charging in with Roger Kluger and Ben Wiggins. It's Kluger that's active at the moment. Ben Wiggins is about to be thrown in. You can see that Jori Havoc is actually keeping a big margin here. Are they going to kill off the sprint and leave that until later? Let's see. 6 laps to go. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. It would be wise for the Europeans to lay up here and let them take their lap. They hang back for the intermediate sprint, get the 10 points, and then indeed bridge to get the lap gain. It's all complicated. 5 to go. Will they hold up or will they embed themselves? It looks like they're going to drive it in. They are going to get their lap gain. And so it is that Ben Wiggins has decided to kill this party right now. Kluger and Wiggins do lead. Hooter's gone off. They've made the bridge. All three of those teams have accepted their lap gain, which means that it's a fair fight between the three of them, and maybe just double bubble by the time we get to the very end. Absolutely fascinating. How's this going to pan out? They've now got their lap gain. Everyone else is 2 laps down. It looks like we've got our podium. Surely nobody, with only 22 laps remaining, is going to unlap themselves for that kind of margin, which means the title is going to come down to the final sprint here between Kluger, Wiggins, Havoc and Heinen. Let's see. We've got an intermediate sprint right now. Are any of the favourites going to get up there? And absolutely, Jori Havoc launches He's absolutely gone for it. Not only has he got his lap gain, he wants to get the maximum points out of this intermediate sprint. He peels off the front, brilliantly so. Next to him, Roger Kluge is going to also point score, but this is adding to the margin. That's absolutely fantastic. What a punch to the solar plexus we've just been offered up here. That was a piece of class, I've got to say, and Juri Havoc has just delivered what could be a killer blow. 10 points to him. Kluge and Wiggins take the 6. Gets factored in. Hobbs's, they both score 4 points here. And it means that they now have clarity. And look at this. This is absolutely remarkable. Let's see how this is unfolded. Havoc and Heinlein take the lead. It's only by a 2-point margin over Kluge and Wiggins. So it will be a next sprint for you with 10 laps to go. That's only in 8 laps' time. Let's see how motivated they are. And the answer is a big time as far as the Hobbses are concerned. Noah and Henry, this actually suits at the moment Havoc and Heinlein because the points are going to get eaten up by those who are further up the road right now. They've got to decide how to cope with this. The Europeans look like they're destined for 3rd place. So it's going to be between Kluge and Wiggins. Ben Wiggins, of course. Havoc and Heinlein, who are on the front. They have got a 2-point margin only. It may well come down to the final dash. Let's see who just comes out of the pack and indeed invest themselves for this next intermediate sprint. And the way he is riding at the moment, Juri Havoc is going to be that man. Well, let's get our final thoughts from Kimberly Zubris. Have you enjoyed it?
I loved it. I can't wait to see what these last 2 sprints are going to come down to and seal the deal for one of these teams.
Give my regards to your parents. It's been a pleasure to have you. Keep riding. We love you.
Great. Thank you.
See you soon. Let's get this job done, shall we? It is the Madison men's finale. It's going to be a big old shootout. Havoc and Heinlein are on the front. They're 2 clear of Kluge and Wiggins. We have Dornbos and Hoppeschek who find themselves in arrears at the moment. 3rd place is going to be best for them. Nobody else is going to unwind a lap. I think the European champions will possibly accept their fate unless they start showboating here. But check this out. We've got a big drive just coming up on the blue line. Of course, this is going to have to be a statement. Watch Team 4. We've got 2 laps to go. They'll be ringing the bell next time by. And this is absolute genius. Here we go. Big drive just starting right now. And Ben Wiggins wants a piece of this. He's going to get very much involved. It's not going to be a party only for Havoc and Heinlein out front. There's such a tight margin when only 2 points out the front. And now it is time to light it up. And they're going for this. Oh, look at this. Kluge is on the case here. He's got Havoc just in front of him. They are in the secondary points scoring position right now. But who's going to get there? Let's have a look as we come up over the top. Oh, look at that. Roger Kluge bent it. This is brilliant with one final sprint, of course, still to come. That is fantastic. Another change at the top. Havoc has not finished his drive just yet either. He's embedded in just behind Roger Kluge right now. They're going to make the exchange, and there's still a lot of drama to come at the very last. But that was absolutely superb. We're chopping and changing almost constantly. Kluge and Wiggins get the 10. Havoc and Heinlein get the 6. There was only 2 points between them, so flipsies we've got, and it could be indeed the case at the very last. Let's see. Ben Wiggins gets active right now, thrown in by Roger Kluge. This is a question of delivery. Kluge and Wiggins, they lead by 2 points here. 270 points, for goodness sake, on the lead lap. Likewise, Havoc and Heinlein, they're on 268 points. There's only a 2-point margin, don't forget. It will all come down to the final sprint. They don't want anyone else going up the road either. Kluge and Wiggins. Havoc and Heinlein would quite like that, quite frankly, because it would mean that they indeed are would have themselves a chance. Havoc and Heinlein, if they were to take this sprint, Kluge and Wiggins, they would just like these points to go, but I think it's going to come down to toe-to-toe at the very last, and this is going to be brilliant. The Europeans here, they have no concern about those around them, save for lap gains. In fact, they've got 2-lap cushion, so Dornbos and Hoppeschek are going to finish in 2nd place. But what about this finale? And here we go, and here's your drive. This is a reach out for glory. Oh, the crowd go crazy, of course, because Roger Kluge, the great old stager, is going for this. On his case is Juri Havoc. There are 4 laps remaining. It looks like it's their party. The Europeans are engaged as well. Here's your exchange with Heinlein. He gets the throw in. But still Kluge is going, and it is Ben Wiggins that gets the exchange right now. Huge roar from the crowd. They're willing him home, but look who's on his case. It is Phil Heinen. He's going to be throwing in havoc for the last sequence here, surely. 3 laps remaining. Tired legs, tired minds, and of course a great determination to make this deliverable. Let's have a look. He checks over his shoulder. They know he's coming. There's a huge roar here. Kluger and Wiggins are indeed in the lead. Wiggins is now starting to look, maybe just tying up ever so slightly. On his wheel is Phil Heinen. They're going to make their final exchanges for the last, but here's the bell. Here comes the exchanges right now. Oh, but look, it's Yuri Havoc. Is he going to come in here? Let's wait and see. There goes Kluger. Can he possibly stop Havoc? Havoc's gone for this. He's on a flyer here. Yuri Havoc is going to make the steal at the very last. What a ride that was. Yuri Havoc makes it count. Kluger couldn't quite get there. What drama we have had here in this wonderful facility. The Lee Valley Velodrome has had a real fight, chopping and changing at every single one of the intermediates. It had to come down to the very last. And at the very last, Havoc and Heinen have delivered. They win the London 3 by a margin of just 2 points from a spectacular Roger Kluger and Ben Wiggins. That was brilliant. Dawn Boston Hobbershak, the European champions, will round out your podium. What a race. Well, it doesn't get much better than that. Coming down to the very last. 2 points in it, for goodness sake. We're going to have some podiums, possibly breathless podiums as well, but we have loved it here. I trust you have done at home as well. 3 days of great racing. Well, we've raised the roof here. Absolutely spectacular. My name's Carlton Kirby. Thank you so much for joining us throughout. Also, a great thanks to our guests coming up from trackside. It was wonderful to have Kimberly Zubris with us, a phenomenal athlete that's been very much part of track cycling for such a long time, and long may it continue. Phil Heinen, of course, came here to visit. I'd like to think that we played our part in this victory. Yuri Havoc with Phil Heinen have indeed won this London 3 by just 2 points. Can you believe it? 278 points to 276. That was remarkable. Congratulations as well for Ben Wiggins, and our thanks to his dad, Sir Brad, who came to join us for much of these 3 days. Nia Evans, of course, as well, always a delight. And Michel Vartan as well for some of our Derny racing. If you love your track cycling, make sure you follow the calendar. Maybe just get yourself down for a ride out there. Havoc and Heinen have delivered. They own it. The London 3 draws to a close in spectacular fashion. It leaves us to enjoy our podiums and enjoy, well, a well-earned rest, particularly from our larynx. I'm going to put it in a little hammock, maybe for a few days.
Incredible show that they have put on for us at Lee Valley VeloPark. It's hard to believe that it's real racing with so much drama. We're standing with Tony, getting ready for the award ceremonies very shortly, so do stick around. It's going to be one to remember.
Okay, so we're going to do the women's sprint podium. In third position, the Italian rider with 138 points, Miriam Fenche. position with 187 points, Sophie Capewell. And your winner of the London 3-day sprint classification for the women with 225 points, Emma Finucane! They're all quite used to this. So's Tony, absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, your sprint classification winner, Emma Finucane! It's heavy. One more time for your podium, Miriam Vice, Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane! And we really do hope they'll be back because we've absolutely loved having them. One more time for your sprinters. Okay, we're going to move on to the men's classification for the sprinters. Is it an all-British podium? You will soon see. In third position, with 148 points, Harry Lenningham-Horn. Great work from Harry there, absolutely superb. In second position with 171 points, Pete Mitchell! He was checking my scores out there, well done, second place. But your winner, ladies and gentlemen, with 235 points, the sprinter in the first position, Matt Richardson, number 1, and he's the first. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, your sprint podium and your winner, Matt Richardson! All British podium. Absolutely brilliant. Well done, guys. Picture all together. What a balance. Give them a round of applause. Right, we're moving into our endurance riders now, our Madison teams. So, for the women, please welcome in third position, with a lap down but 283 points, Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister. Well done, third place for the all-British team there. Superb work. Team 10 are second. Let's hear it for Porton and Escalera, 253 points. Second place for team number 10. But your winners, ladies and gentlemen, emphatic and absolutely fabulous, your all-British team of Sophie Lewis and Katie Hodge. Katie got injured in the 3-day last year and didn't manage to complete it, so this is job done. Absolutely brilliant work from these two, working so well together. Let's hear it one more time for your winners, Sophie Lewis and Katie Archibald. This is your podium. Give them a round of applause. Well done, ladies. Now, just to remind you, we want to see all the riders together at the end, so don't go anywhere. Excellent. Okay, so your general classification for the Madison races for the men. In third position, team number 3, Vincent Hoppesack and Jan Donnerbos. Team number 3. In second position, it was really tight, only 2 points in it. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hear some noise for Roger Klug and Ben Wiggins. Team number 1. It couldn't have been closer. 2 points over the whole weekend. One more time for Roger Klug and Ben Wiggins. But ladies and gentlemen, your winners with 278 points, team number 4, Yuri Herrick and Philip Heiner. Your London 3-day champions, team number 4. Literally came down to the last move of the last day. Absolutely superb. One more time for your winners, Yuri Havik and Philip Heinen, team number 4. And let's hear it for your podium. Now, all the riders, come and join us for a photo. All of our riders. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for your riders on the London 3-day. It's like a school assembly. Come on, team, we got this. Squidge on in. There's room for more. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we're going on the shoulders. This is going to be... I don't want any newspaper articles to say that someone got injured in a team presentation. Lucy's herding cats. Well done, guys, in you come. Squidge on in. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your teams for the London 3-day. Make some noise! Simply the best. And we hope to get many of these riders in for next year. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of our riders. What a weekend we've had, and we will see you next year. Don't forget, you can still book your tickets for 2026. Make sure you do. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. We've got a special guest coming into the picture. sure you book your tickets. We will be here and we can't wait. For all of our riders, for all of our volunteers, for all of our staff, big thank you and good night. Lucy, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.